That's what I'm talking about. What is going on, everyone? My deepest apologies for having the sound out for about like half of that. I was like, I'm sitting here rocking out. I'm like, yeah, check out the beat. Then I see people like being like, there's no sound. I'm like, what do you mean there's no sound? Of course, there's no sound. I apologize for completely part of the, not totally something. I didn't just accidentally forget to hit the desktop audio button. I mean, it was fine. Anyway, my apologies. Welcome, everybody. Welcome to day 60 of Esper Genesis. That's right. It is day 60 of Esper Genesis. We are here on a Friday night playing for you. I'm very excited about it. I'm very excited in general because of some personal news, which I will share with all of you in just a moment. If any of you are following me on Twitter, you will know what I'm talking about, but I am excited about it. And I will share it with you in just a moment. But before I do that, I do want to let everyone know about ways to support us here on the channel. If you haven't already done so, please follow the channel. Please check out our YouTube with !ArvTube, where you can see past and other broadcasts, past broadcasts of this and other campaigns on the stream. And that also would allow you to subscribe to the channel, which you can do for free over there on YouTube. And that is good because we're trying to build that number up. My goal is to try to hit 1,000 channel subscribers. So please consider doing that if you have a YouTube account. That would be lovely. Also, !ArvTweets is my Twitter, where you can do things like follow me on Twitter and see when I post exciting things about stuff. !ArvCord is the Discord, where you can hang out with Arvanauts in between streams. And of course, the website for this is arvaneleron.com. On the financial side, !ArvShop is the merchandise area, where you can get stuff for Infinity and Beyond, and stuff for Adventures of Middle-earth, and soon to be stuff for Esper Genesis stuff as well. Exclamation point, that's exclamation point Arv Shop for that. Exclamation point Arv Treon is the Patreon, currently sitting at 20 patrons, $184 per month. I have updated the inspirations list, by the way, so it is a current list, but I did want to let everyone know that that was the case. And if you support the Patreon at a high enough level, you can get an inspiration to help our intrepid players during a particularly difficult situation on a frozen icy planet, for example. Not that I know anything about what that's all about, or related to this stuff that's happening tonight. So anyway, that is the deal with that. That is exclamation point Arv Treon. And last but certainly not least, that sub button will allow you to, just as Crit Twitch just did, thank you Crit Twitch, subscribe and get those custom sub badges and emotes and all that kind of good stuff. And that also supports the channel and also allows you to spread the word, the good news, the gospel, if you will, of the Arvanauts far and wide across Twitch. Last but certainly not least, on the publishing side, exclamation point Icarus for my Icarus graphic novel from Athos Arts. Very excited about more stuff coming from Athos with me, and I'll be talking about that shortly. Exclamation point Library is Tales and Tomes from the Forbidden Library, my 5e adventure and source book from Alligator Alley Entertainment, already available in digital, will be available in print just as soon as Customs decides after 6 weeks that it's fine and they can release it. That would be lovely. So there's that. And then we have exclamation point we have that, and then we have exclamation point Greyshade KS, which is my Greyshade Kickstarter. I do want to mention that both because of my imminent move and also because of a couple things on the company's end that's doing the Kickstarter, we have pushed back the Kickstarter start date by a couple of weeks. It was supposed to be starting on the 16th. It is now going to be starting on April 6th. So it's going to start 3 weeks later than we originally planned. It's not going to slip much past that because we have ArvCon, we have other things going on the rest of the year. But I am very excited for what Greyshade is going to bring to the table, and I can't wait to share it with all of you. But I do want to wait. I do want us to make sure that we're not launching a kind of half-assed Kickstarter that's rushed. I want to make sure we're doing it the right way. And for reasons that I'm going to be talking about in a minute, it'll allow me to focus my full attention on that as well. So that'll be helpful. That'll be happening, as I say, April 6th. So get ready to hear more about that in the very near future. Lastly, exclamation point BLM, as always, very important to affirm and assert the importance and significance of Black lives. Information there about education, about various resources, and about places to donate as well. So please go over there. Let us let our words equal our actions, equal our words. And you can do that by supporting them over at that link. And last but certainly not least, exclamation point. I think I said last but certainly not least like 5 times. But anyway, exclamation point Help Now, which is the World Health Organization page on suicide prevention. Very important to be able to reach out to others when they need help and to reach out to us. Reach out to others when you need help as well. So please consider going over to that page. And thank you all for supporting that kind of thing. Now, with that said, I'm going to say one thing very quickly before I bring in the new crew. And by new crew, I mean the crew of people that are going to be doing this today. And so I'm going to get rid of that. And I'm I'm going to transition over into that. Hi, everyone. Good to see you all. I hope everybody is doing well. And actually, I shouldn't be getting... Oh, yes, I should be. Good to see you all. I hope everybody is doing well. And yes, the announcement that I have to make, which is a big announcement for me, is I can finally it can be told. My family, as you may know, is moving, and today we closed on the house. So we have closed on our house. I am moving back to the land of my birth. Well, actually, my land of my birth is technically New York, but really I grew up in Connecticut, and I really view Connecticut as kind of my home state. So I'm going to be moving back to Connecticut. Thank you, Mrs. Dunsel. Thank you, Crit Twitch. Thank you very much. I'm moving back to Connecticut, and we closed on our home today. It is officially ours. I will obviously, for reasons, not going to get into details about exactly where we are, because it's probably not super wise to do, but I will say that we have moved into we now own a 200-year-old sea captain's home. It was owned by a sea captain. It is 200 years old. It is a historic home. It is within a block of the ocean. We feel extraordinarily, lucky and fortunate and excited and grateful to be able to receive it. And my streaming space. Hey, what's up, Green Forge Studio? Good to see you. And hello, Rock God, Triffity Mats. I think I saw Mrs. Dunsel already. Hello, everybody. You can see literally from our bedroom, you can see the ocean and like the lighthouse out there. And the new streaming space, which I'm not going to do this tonight, but I am going to share pictures with you next week. And definitely when we move in, which is going to be next Wednesday and Thursday, I'm going to be probably doing something when I set up the new studio/office. It is in the attic. So we have a finished attic there. And so it's in the attic. There is actually the original heating tank, which is obviously not hooked up anymore. The original heating tank, which is this small little thing that used to heat the entire house from sometime back in the 19th century, is up there stored in storage right there. And it just feels like, I don't know how to describe it. Like it's this place that just you can feel a little bit of the history, and yet it's been very well maintained. There is a modern kitchen that's been added onto it and all that kind of stuff. But it's really cool. It's in a really nice neighborhood that the family is very, excited to be a part of. And it just, I don't know. It's like, it's going to be wild, and it's going to be, it's going to be the place that is like 3 times the size of this room easily is what the space is going to be. Plus it'll be up high enough that I'm not actually going to be heard by any of the people below me. I mean, I don't know, maybe the people in the neighborhood might hear me yelling out of a window, but that's what a sea captain's home deserves. All right. I'm gonna be clear about that. I cannot fish. No, I cannot fish from my backyard. It's not that close. It does have a widow's walk. It sure as hell does. And there's a little balcony that's actually right outside of our bedroom that you go out and you're like looking out. It's super cool. So I'm very, very excited about it. I'm hoping when the pandemic passes that we're going to be having friends back there. Like, I even hope to be able to have a table where I can set up my webcam, for example, and or this camera, and be able to demo different things like actual board games and do a couple of those sorts of streams and things like that. So it's pretty slick, and I'll definitely be talking more about it. And again, I feel very fortunate. Most people do not have the opportunity to own a home, certainly not to own a home that's really nice like this. I mean, it's not like a massive mansion, like 20,000 square feet or something ridiculous, but it is a good sized home, and it's very nice. And, we feel very lucky, but I also have to say that the reason I'm able to afford it, and the reason that we were able to get this, was we purchased the home that I live in now, largely off the proceeds of selling the house that I lived in for some time in Connecticut, that my father had built, that he struggled with financially, that my, mother lived in, and my father was killed in a car accident, and the settlement from that partially helped pay for that house, along with the money that I inherited from my mother, who had saved over decades and decades and decades. And when she passed away from breast cancer, those two things together made it possible to put the down payment on this home, which we now sold, and that enabled us to get this other place. And the only thing I'll say to that is that, I would rather have my parents, I would rather have them around. I would rather have my children be able to have known their grandparents, and they don't get that on my side, and that's sad to me. But at the least, they get a chance to have a little bit of a legacy that's reflected in something like this. And I thought a lot about my parents today, just sort of walking around that house. It was a place that my parents would have really loved, I think. And so yeah, it was emotional, and and I'm a New England kid, and so I'm glad to be going back to New England. And yeah, I'm still going to be teaching at St. John's. I'm still, be here with all of you, but it was exciting to be a part of it. So anyway, You would hang with Gordie Howe at a fundraiser in Watertown. Oh, no kidding. I know Watertown very well. I grew up in Canton, Connecticut. So, Lotwook. I grew up, which is northwest Connecticut, like a half hour west of Hartford. So, anyway, I got to let in the fine people who have been waiting forever for me and have been super, super patient. And I can already see, because I look over, that they have sent me a message. I see that a message has been sent about something. And now I'm going to unmute them. And now I will go over. And we're going to see what the message is. Now, chat, before we go over, chat, what message do you think, without hearing anything, what message do you think they are sending me? What message do you think I'm going to see when I go over to this screen? Like what message do you think it is? What message is it going to be?
Yes, chat.
I wait to hear what chat thinks about this. Oh, you live in New Milford, grew up in Middlebury. Nice. What's taking so long? No. Okay, listen, that's not it either. All right, nonstop. I'm sorry. I'm talking about my house for Okay, listen. I'll admit. Okay.
No. That's not.
That's not it.
We always talk with each other anyway. So.
Yeah. No. This was something else. It's actually a specific message that we have here. Something about a Connecticut in King Arthur's Court. No. These are these are the messages that would be supportive, understanding, but instead what we get we get 207 days without a level. This is the message that has been sent.
What's funny is on stream it's not because you're cut out, it just says 7 days.
Yeah, 7 days.
Without a lev.
It's been 2 weeks since you looked. Yeah, okay. So
but
true players. True
Greg.
Players.
We want,
and the thing is,
level 9.
I want to point out, okay, that there is a whole plan as to when they were going to level, but they haven't stuck to the plan, chums. So they're just flying around, and I have to sort this out.
Esper Genesis. It's D&D. What do you expect?
I know.
Players stick to plan?
No. I don't. I want you to do. I'm having a great time, but my point is, like, that's the level things will occur anyway.
Maybe I tell you what a good time we're having every
time. We say thank you.
Yeah.
I don't remember a background saying thank you, Arv. I remember a background saying 207 days without a level. That's the background. Your words.
Mother,
yes.
Truth stings.
Yeah. I take that under advisement. It is true. They are level 8. Thank you for the music. Right, Prince Justin. Something, like something along those lines. Anyway, I take that point, and that may be addressed in very short order. See, now, though, if I do it, it'll feel like I'm giving in, so I've got to push it back 6 months now. No, I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding. It's happening soon, very soon, depending on how things go. Anyway, it is a great pleasure to have these.
Depending on how things go.
Yeah.
So if we kill him, we level up. All right, let's do it.
Wow, that got dramatic.
Experience.
If you kill me, nothing happens. That's what happens. Like the game halts at that point.
To be clear, not killing Greg, killing Alfred.
Oh, just Alfred. Let's see.
No, okay. Yeah. Glad you clarified the plan, man.
Yeah, no.
This is the part where Alfred opens the plate. And it's like boop, 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 boop. You're like, oh, maybe we shouldn't have said kill him where the DM could hear it. Anyway. It is a great pleasure to have these great friends and wonderful players with me. And I will start with the gentleman all the way on the left, who I'm sure was not part of this cunning plan to send me the subtle message that it has been 207 days without 208 days without a level. And that, of course, is Mr. Johnny Pittman. Is it true or not that it has been that you were part of this conspiracy to break silence?
If I remember correctly, I actually asked if we should change our backgrounds, all 4 of us, specifically for some messaging for this, upon the fact of Kat being the inspiration because she is our captain.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
Right. You're the captain now, I believe, right?
No.
That's what I understand.
Always my captain. Anyways, but yeah, so yeah, it was her inspiration that brought us all to this point of my suggestion, to which Sleepwell implemented. I'm sorry, Carlos implemented.
Yes.
And of course,
it was Sleepwell.
It was very, very funny.
Anyways,
I appreciate it very much.
Yeah, Johnny, Video Store Cowboy everywhere. I'm here to play Ashton Ford Melder by the name of Aramis. And my Kickstarter is 185% funded.
That's right, yeah.
Good job.
Oh, we have to. There's a.
Can you link it in the chat? Can you talk about it? What is it? What is this Kickstarter that you are speaking of, Mr.
The bystander's command that Greg set up last week.
Yes, right.
There's a command. Right. I always misspelled bystander. Damn it.
For some reason, chat is not working for me right now. So.
I got it. So it's up there right now. Yes, this is the GM-less RPG. This is a huge success. This bad boy is up to 926 with 41 backers. There's 6 days to go. This has a good shot at getting over 1,000, doubling its goal, doubling the goal.
Doubling?
It's
I
like
have
it's
to
like
boast an update. We hit one of our stretch goals. We've got another one coming, at 1,000, and then I've got a new one that we just talked about and made a plan for. So, yeah, there'll be updates in the next day or so specifically about that. So, yeah, it's been really nice. So, thank you.
very cool. It's and congratulations on that. Yeah, it's really cool. We have 2 of those of the Zine Quest ones we were supporting. There's that one, and then there was the one that was done by Alligator Alley that you told me about too, Johnny, that I have forgotten about now. Which
Drakkar, right?
Project,
Right.
Looks great, yeah. And Christopher Robin is on there as well. So
That's right. So Thrakkar, yeah, that's right. So anyway, that's doing well as also, which is great. So yeah, go over and support that. The Zine Quest stuff is really cool. And since there are some Zine Quest things that people should not have ever supported, if any of you were on Twitter, you'll know what I'm talking about. Let's support the good ones, shall we? The ones with good people behind them. So anyway, congratulations, Johnny. That's great. Yeah, congratulations. Moving right along from the amazing. Oh, wait, you didn't say who you played. Sorry. Who are you playing tonight?
We did.
yeah, I
Did you say
I'll it
Aramis
again.
and Ash for Melcher? I got
said
too
it, and
caught
that's
up in
what
the success for
See,
Kickstarter. You know,
If you forget these details, I wonder how many experience points we've left on the table.
You know, sometimes I
Yeah.
lose track of the low level characters. You know what I'm saying? So anyway, moving right along. It is my great pleasure as well to have Kat Rambo with us, who I am sure, in Kat's maturity and wisdom, did not contribute to this attempt to actively suggest that there was a problem with the level scaling. You know,
Architect. Oh, sorry, sniffle.
I suppose that's yes. I suppose you were part of this as the fearless captain, or you were part of this.
Greg, as one does, one often plays more than one game at a time.
Sure,
We're not at a time, and I did mention that I have a character in a game that's been going for like 6 months or so that is now, in fact, higher level than Petra. And,
Let it be said, by the way, we are on day 60. Okay, they are currently level 8. That means that on average, a little over every 7 sessions, which since we play twice a month, means every 3.5 months they've gone up a level. So I do want it to be clear that they have actively gone up a level every 3.5 months, like clockwork. But because a few people are doing leveling on steroids out there, thank you GMs who make this harder for the rest of us, that means we are all part of this process.
no, dude, I GM, I think 7 sessions is excessive. I mean, we could debate philosophy, but I gotta be in defense. This is not the absurd, villainous behavior you're painting this out to be.
I see. I will stand corrected. While I do
At
so,
any rate,
how else is life and who are you playing today?
I'm playing a much more heroic and high-minded character than myself in real life, which is Petra, an ashen-forged. Jesus, I forgot what I am. Sentinel. I'm
Yes.
Sentinel, aka Space Paladin, a woman with a huge hammer, sometimes flaming, sometimes electrified, sometimes just generally groovy, and a mysterious affinity for machines.
And I'm excited to explore some of this. Some of that may come up today. The hammer, the
Yes.
affinity for machines. We will see.
As Lone Wolf says, with Thor-like prowess.
With Thor, yes, that's 100% true. With the power of hammering and the power of the grace nonetheless of precision of hammer hits. I'm excited for that. I'm excited also for Carlos, who, although a dear friend, has decided to not only betray a friend but a colleague in demanding further leveling by taking it on the chin. And so I accept the fact that, you know, that's okay. This is how this happens. And sometimes betrayal is a part of life. And that's how this goes down. How are you, Carlos? How is life in the universe with you and who you're playing today?
Yeah, I mean, I was doing pretty well today, but then I betrayed you, and now I feel like great. Like, it's really delicious to
it's
betray people. If
just-
only I'd known earlier.
I'm leaning forward in the chair because the dagger handle is like, right, you know?
There's more coming, my friend. Stay forward. No, doing very well, doing very well. It's, March. So now, from now
Jesus,
until
the Ides
May.
of March too. Like, I just realized it's not a good time to talk about daggers and things. Anyway, sorry. On you go.
Yeah, you've got 10 days, though, to
good, that's true,
make
that's
a will and stuff. So,
Yes.
no, it's just very busy right now, doing lots of events. In April, I'm going to be the writer in residence for Bank Street, the Bank Street area there in Cooper Union, and so I'm preparing for that, and so it's best of times, it's the busiest of times, so it's into that. Very happy to be here though, playing some games. I am playing Ludoku Sleepo, an engineer, a catman, and a trader.
Catman and a trade. I like how all the players are like, wait, really? Like in the game, like, you just use me Narv, right? Like not. Always a pleasure to have Carlos with us. Genuinely, really, really good person, and also, I mean, all these people are genuinely good people, which is why I love playing with them, and that's also why I love playing with Zach, who clearly was not a part of this. I'm sure that Zach was browbeaten into going along with this. Shenanigan, and that's okay. If you confess, you'll be brought back to the light. I'm just joking. Yeah. How are you doing, Zach? How's life in the universe with you, and who are you playing today?
No, when Johnny and Kat brought up the idea of the level, I was I am there in support, but of all of us, only Carlos had the cojones to actually do it. But yes. Are you calling me a traitor, Johnny? I didn't see you in the background. Okay. Effectively, in my point of view, first of all, from my point of view, the Jedi are evil. After that, from my point of view, Johnny, Kat, and myself have nothing on Carlos. Carlos actually took the risk and took the step. If anything, all of us are traitors. Okay. Just saying.
Just picking notes. All
remember,
traitors.
I got a sniper. I have a sniper, Johnny, and its range is like a mile. Okay. So
what happened to your Esper Genesis campaign? Well, they made a joke about a level, and then they all hate each other now, and also
I'm ready to have a great time. I already am, and excited to play in Esper Genesis. I love playing with writers and designers. It's very fun. My normal D&D space at the moment is in a home game that I play with like my college buds and some guys that are some friends of mine that I've had since I was in middle school, which is always fun. And then I run D&D for middle schoolers and high schoolers on the weekends, including Greg's daughter.
Yep.
And that's an entirely different scenario where crazy things happen. But yes, it's very fun to play with.
His world is great, by the way. Like my daughter has raved about how awesome his world is and how much fun he is playing. Thanks. So Zach, another great guy, of course.
But yes, it's fun to play with this group specifically because you guys are all so creative in your own weird way, and you're so, I don't know, the improv. We don't even talk about improv, and none of us, I would say. I mean, we don't really associate improv much with our group or any of you as individuals, I would say, but just the last conversations between Greg and the three of you, I think was near masterclass level of riffing off of each other. Anyway, that's my way to say very happy to be here. I play Cosmoritis, a Bellare hunter / specialist.
Shaken, not stirred. Sean Connery returns.
That is lumpy.
I was doing a stream today where I voice act some stuff, and people textually, it's like a text role play game, and people were typing out stuff, and at some point someone misspelled silhouette as silhouette, and I then narrated the whole rest of the paragraph in a Sean Connery voice.
Outstanding. That's outstanding.
Cosmoritis, Bellari hunter / specialist with a very large sniper as opposed to hammer. And I'm ready to go. Let's do it.
Thank you very much. And Mitswaven, first of all, thank you to follow. Secondly, we just got 4 gift subs from Mitswaven. Thank you.
Nice.
A gift sub to Lot Wook, fellow Connecticut person. A gift sub to Disco Sleaze. A gift sub to Vusker. And a gift sub to Cat Rambo. Thank you very much, Mitswaven.
Cat Rambo.
Thank
that
you.
Name sounds
That is very nice of you. Do you know Mitswaven, Zach?
I do.
Okay. Well, thank you very much for doing that. Wow, that really appreciate that. That's awesome. Enjoy the subs, everybody. And what better way to start out than to have a pleasant little, that sound of the gift subs rolling across. Thank you very much, so much for doing that. And let us get into what we have going on here as I fire up some music. A little bit of, let's go with some, I think, ominous music. I think that's what we're looking at here. Let's go with some
every time
Forbidden Galaxy.
Okay.
Okay. In our last session, during our last session, and thank you for the sub yourself, Mitswave, and I appreciate it. Thank you so much. I really thank you very much. That's very kind of you. Thank you. In our last session, the players had managed to make their way. The crew had made its way from Pelseros all the way to this small little planet that you can see right at the edge of occupied space within the Silrain Arc, a planet called Bakiu. It is a hostile, ice-covered world that most people generally don't go to without reason to. In fact, it is so far outside the general arc of this galaxy that it is gradually, its orbit is decaying and it's gradually heading outwards, so that given, a few 10,000 years or so, it's probably going to be out of the Silrain Arc completely. And as a consequence, its so-called warm period is not particularly warm. So it's a very hostile environment. And the party came there because they were looking for the creator of the Hyperlance. Because, in general, they're trying to figure out how to get into a base which is held on another planet, in which is supposedly to be found Bliss Larkin and possibly Laris Baladin. Thank you, Rock God, for the Prime sub. I appreciate it. 34 months. Thank you, Rock God. Appreciate that, man. Thank you, dude. So they want to get into this base, and they've been told that the only way they can get into this base is by accessing it through the use of AI. Either the AI, which could be found in something like, let's say, Alfred, and I'll describe Alfred for Triffid in just a moment for folks who haven't been here before, or by using the Hyperlance, which is, of course, somewhat connected and interconnected in some ways with Alfred as well. The problem is that the party is also being hunted right now by the remaining psychopathic part of the Long Winter, which is a deadly nanovirus that the crew has managed to largely destroy, but not completely. And because they've only managed to partly destroy it, but not completely, the remaining portions of it, one portion of it is within Cosmeritis, the apparently kinder, gentler part, to oversimplify, and the dangerous, psychotic part, which just wants to see the universe burn, is out there searching for this party, and doing so, trying to find them at all costs. And so the concern is that if the party turns on Alfred, if the party turns on this AI, then Alfred could be taken over and could lead the planet, could lead... I started to say, could lead the Long Winter, and then I saw Dragon Spear. Planetary, intergalactic, planetary. Yes, that's exactly Beastie Boys. Quite right. What's up, Dragon Spear? So anyway, they could ultimately bring the Long Winter to them before they are ready to face this form of this deadly virus. Alfred, for those of you who don't know, is an enormously advanced AI, which I believe the party first met all the way back maybe in session 2 or 3, where they landed on this one planet and found this creature which was basically kind of a killing machine. And they began to sort of figure out some aspects of it and discovered that this thing was not only deadly, but that it was not the only one of its kind, that it was networked into other Alfreds that could be found throughout the Silrain Arc, and that in some way the Alfred was designed to interface with the Hyperlance to bring out the Hyperlance's full potential. But at what cost, they all say, ominously. And so while the party was figuring that out, Sleepwell joined them, and Sleepwell, who is a big fan of constructs and robots and androids and AI in general, said, we've got to do the right thing by Alfred, basically. And they have run into several of these creatures, not only the first one that they discovered, but also the Alfred that they found, which had been modified and looked like some mix between an Alfred and a Kanasi. They found another Alfred, I believe, on Pelseros. I'm trying to remember, there was another one that they met. I believe, and now, apparently, coming to this planet, with their Alfred on the ship, still shut down, with because they're still nervous about it, they came tracking a message from the person that purported to be the creator of the Hyperlance, hoping that they could use the Hyperlance to then get to the base they need to on the other planet. They managed to get through the very hostile weather outside of that was surrounding Bakuyu. We had a chance to try out our awesome combat music. Who knows if that will get used again tonight, he said archly. But that was provided to us by Greenforge Studio, who I know is in chat. And if you folks have not done so already, Greenforge Studio is amazing. I think if you type in Greenforge or Greenforge Studio, maybe the whole word exclamation point first, you'll get a link and you can go get their Gabe's music, either to license on your own campaigns if you play, or to be able to just listen to. It's really great stuff. Gabe's awesome and the music is great. And yeah, so anyway, we had a chance to listen to that music as they landed on the planet. They barely landed on the building they were looking for because this building was linked to a satellite that was sending out a message, a distress call that basically was telling all the ships in the area to go away and don't come here, basically. And this satellite was linked by a beam of energy to this building on the planet. Apparently the only habitable thing that they could find on the planet. They managed to just barely land on the edge of this building and then made their way into and down the stairs of the area of the roof that was there, found themselves inside the lab, and there they found, and I actually have a picture for this, which I will put up on stream, because I found the picture that reflected what I was talking about the other day. And they found essentially a picture that looked like this, which you can see right there. A person who essentially is what looks like almost melded into the paneling, clearly quite dead, holding up, slumped down with that sort of that, what you see right there, sort of that kind of weird stuff, almost looks almost like ice, although it's not warm. It's not super cold in here, so it doesn't feel like it would be cold enough to maintain ice, but in any case, slumped over and then is holding up what looks like a kind of big cred stick or something in his hand, quite dead. And standing behind him was something that looks very much like their old familiar Alfred, who, as they came and saw him, looked at them and said, "Wonderful! You've come at last. He always said it would happen, and now you've finally come." And that is where we left our last session, and that is where we will begin our session this evening. So Alfred is there. Literally, his hands are clasped, his metallic hands are clasped together, and is looking at you with his eyes bright, and has just said what he said. His voice sounds nothing like any Alfred that you've ever encountered before, by the way, but he sure looks a lot like Alfred. And what would you like to do, party?
Sleepwell is going to take a step forward and say, "Whom exactly are we speaking to?"
And Alfred says, "Well, I'm Alfred, of course. I'm one of them. I think there are more than one, or at least I've been told that, but I haven't found any so far. I'm told it's a big universe out there, and, well, that's why I'm here. Yes."
Wonderful. So the person there who seems to have expired is...
"Oh, yes." And he kind of unclasps his hand, and in a very human-like gesture, kind of puts his hand on the, whatever it is, frozen or stone-covered or something, shoulder of the slumped-over body, and he says, "This is Mikar Presson. He was my creator, and a very good man. And, well, I wish he was here to speak to you himself. He was a good person." His you see the lights in his sort of front consoles and stuff kind of dim a little bit, and he kind of, his head lowers.
So, Alfred, we have good news for you. We've met other Alfreds of your time.
Have you
We
really?
have. At least two. I'm looking at the crew here for confirmation. At least two, right? Not three yet? Is that true?
I think the one that we have is the one that's the Ganassi mix.
Yeah.
So two, I think.
First one
So-
is with Leo. Right?
Yes.
And then there was one on Pulsar.
Yeah.
Right?
I think the one on Pelseros is the one we have.
Right. It's not
the Kanasi one is the Pelsaris one, I think.
yeah, because the original one is still back with as you said, with Leo, back in Peltiveria.
So I turned back to Alfred. I think we've met at least 2, so it seems like it is our destiny to keep running into Alfreds and help them every way that we can.
Oh, I'm so glad. I'm so glad.
Dr. Presson, however, and I'm turning here to Aramis too, may have tried to contact us or have created a very sophisticated AI that seemed very human in its interaction with us to bring us here.
Oh, well, yes, that was me. Oh, you must forgive me. I didn't in any way mean to deceive you. You see, well, Dr. Presson programmed me, and it was his greatest wish that I contact with those. Well, it's a long tale, but essentially the short version is he wanted me to reach out to others who could help. He had a very important message to deliver to the world, to deliver to the universe, really, and it involved stopping some very bad people from doing very bad things. But if I had simply said that I was some artificial intelligence on a dead planet, well, I don't think anyone would have come, or if they would have been the wrong type. You see, Dr. Presson was very, very afraid of some people that were looking for him and wanted his technology. That is why he was here until the end came for him.
Yeah.
We hear you. We are in very much the same situation where we wanted to keep some very bad people from finding you, and we are trying to stop some very bad people from spreading a virus that is absolutely putting the Silverine Ark in danger. Oh. Alfred.
Yes.
We are ready to take you away from this place and help you fulfill your destiny.
What? And he's like practically like, like doing just high five, like he runs around. He actually does literally high five you, sleep well, and then just like
I high five him back. I'm in.
This is wonderful, wonderful. Everything Dr. Presson said has come true. I knew the man was brilliant, but not this brilliant. I didn't realize that he could predict the future in this way. He said some would come and they would be the. Oh, but wait though. And he immediately stops. He's like, wait though. But he also said there would be some who might come. And they were, what was the, deceivers. Yes, I don't fully understand this word, but it's something about people who say one thing but mean another. I don't understand this logic. It seems absurd to me, but apparently there are people who will try to, well, I suppose you might have thought I was deceiving you. And he literally puts his hands together and kind of like, you almost swear that he would twiddle his thumbs if he could, but he, well, I was doing what Dr. Presson wanted me to do, but it was uncomfortable to pretend to be something I wasn't. But that's as close as I would ever come to actually lie and to take someone's good work and use it for evil is just I can't even imagine. And so, how do I know? Don't take this the wrong way, please. I'm so happy you're here, but how do I know that you're not them, the other ones,
You'll know by a couple of ways. First, the way that we are trying to get you to join us is extremely inefficient. If I, for instance, were an evil, powerful megacorporation with nigh limitless resources, I would simply invade and take you captive. Instead, I wouldn't bring in a small team to try to manipulate you with words when even the concept of deception seems foreign to you, and I'd almost have to explain what lying is before I could deceive you. It seems very stupid, really.
I would argue that it's a very efficient way to do it because that would expend a lot of resources and time and money by doing a large invasion just to take one robot. So I would actually argue that it is an incredibly efficient way if a small team comes.
Shut up,
so
Aramis!
He points at Aramis. He's like,
Aramis, shut up!
He says, this is an excellent point. I hadn't thought about that, but that's true. Are you? And so he turns to you, Aramis, and he says, "Are you a dangerous megacorporation? Could you tell me more? I don't really know what those are. I've just heard that they're very bad people. I don't really know how many of them are. All of you, are you all dangerous megacorporations, perhaps?"
This is about to be the poison scene in The Princess Bride all over again.
Alfred, were you taught manners and decorum?
Oh, well, I hope so, yes, to the extent of Dr. Preston's ability.
Then can you excuse me for just 1 second while I address Sleepwell?
Certainly. And he sort of awkwardly stands there, and then he
And I am just
turns around like...
looking agog at Aramis.
Sleepwell, I need you to trust me for just a second. Okay.
How many times have you said that, Aramis?
And how
Last
many
time I
times has it
trusted you, Aramis, you gave me your word that you would follow my decision, and then you didn't.
I
Oh,
did
here
follow
we
your
go.
decision, but I still followed my own heart as well. We will teach you what that actually means at some point before I leave this existence, whatever this is. Excuse me. But trust me right now, please. I have a question for Alfred. I think it's an important one.
Oh, I can't wait to hear it.
So he's still facing away from you, you know.
And Aramis turns back to Alfred and says, Alfred, can I ask you 2 questions?
Oh, certainly, yes, certainly.
Okay, that was the first one.
Okay.
This
So
is the
far, so
second
good.
one.
He seems very pleased that he answered the first one correctly. All right.
Did Person, his name's Person, right?
Yes, Prasan. It's Presan in case you're curious.
Okay. Did Dr. Person give you any criteria to be able to determine the difference between somebody who is giving you correct information or is deceiving you?
Well, he said this you must understand is towards the end when the event happened, and when that happened he was delirious and feverish, but he said that I would know the difference because of the way that the creatures acted towards each other. There would be a kind of general goodwill and understanding, and he said something about they would seem real to me. I didn't understand what that meant. I said, well, aren't bad creatures real? And he said, well, yes, but they're not authentic to themselves. And so I did an immediate search and found 758,000 different permutations and variations of the word, of that word and of authentic, and it all seemed to come down to real, which brought me back to the square one, if you will. So I don't really know, except that he said it would feel true somehow. I suppose Dr. Prasan was a brilliant man, but sometimes perhaps beyond my ability to fully comprehend him. As I say, he was very ill at that point.
Then I'd like to make an offer to you, Alfred. And
Very well.
if you will allow us, we will help you have the experience to figure out how to tell what is real and what is deception.
Oh, experience. You mean like a program, perhaps? A protocol? A plan? A series of instructions to execute?
Sleepo and, Aramis turns and he says, is there a way that we can describe to him the idea of learning that he might understand from a programming perspective?
Well, sure. If you want to have him earn a PhD in 5 years on neural networks and machine learning, no problem.
I
Is there a
might be able to
simple
speed
concept?
that up a little bit. I don't. It's
I mean, I'm sure you're a very good student, but I don't
have the money.
I
for
don't
the debt,
actually
though.
know what he's. What are you talking about, Aramis?
I'm hoping that you can figure out, Alfred, with Sleepwell's help, how to actually learn from your experiences to make your own decisions.
Well, hold on. That is, basically the work of a lifetime that Prasan has already engaged in. I mean, the fact that you can speak, Alfred, is already a testament to your ability to tell the truth. Every utterance that's made in the act of communication is a contract of truth from the speaker and trust from the listener. This is basic linguistics, which I'm sure you could look up in 3 seconds, even while I'm saying these words. And so for you to be able to speak, it's already built into your systems to be able to know that every utterance you make, every declarative sentence that comes out of your mouth is a truth utterance. And it's only valuable insofar as it's true. So there has to be a way that you are built in to being able to evaluate truth, or there couldn't be no conversation between us even now. Everything I'm saying right now, I'm hoping you'll believe because it is true, and I'm trying to convey that truth. So here's what I'm thinking. I know that you know about Esper powers. Is that right?
Well, certainly, yes. Esper powers are, well, they're tied to Sorium and the Crucibles, and yes, Dr. Prasan was quite excited by the potential for Crucibles. He even had some things built within them.
And did he possess any? Just this is a quick aside. We'll get to the point again here in a second.
He did not, but he had studied them very closely, and he told me that one of the experiments he had been asked to do before he discovered the lack of authenticity from the people that he worked with involved the, how did he put it, the corrupting, twisting of Esper powers to use other purposes. He spoke of it with great terror in his voice and sorrow in his heart. At least he always said he had great sorrow. I never could see into his heart. I analyzed and realized that seeing within his heart would have killed him instantly, and I certainly didn't want to do that. So,
and I literally laugh. It's just sort of like
he seems like a bit like bemused. Like, I don't. What was the problem?
No. We'll get to humor in year 3 of your PhD. But right now, what I want to do is I want you to have use the databases that you have available, all of that far-reaching AI that you use to contact us and fool us to get here, and see if you've ever heard of an Esper power that would let someone know the truth and be able to detect the truth.
And he starts, you can see that he kind of looks down and like his head, every so often you notice that his head like twitches slightly, just slightly. It's not like he's like glitching. You just get the impression like it looks almost like you would expect like watching something access information almost. And so you see he does a little bit of that, and then he's like, I'm sorry. You see, I've been cut off from much of the rest of the neural net through the rest of the universe, and Dr. Prasan said it was for my own safety. He said that if I was part of the larger network, that I could be manipulated against my will. So he downloaded everything through a separate protocol, and the information is vast, but as I'm accessing his records, it does seem, yes, that there is an Esper power that can allow one to sense truth. And he kind of pauses and he says, but I don't know whether that is out of date. What if there is another Esper power that has been developed, corrupted, twisted, and perhaps you're using it now to control my mind? I don't believe that's the case. I don't feel mind controlled, but I wonder if it could be the case.
Well, Alfred.
Yes.
My
and
name's-
he sees you and he's like, oh, yeah. Oh, you're quite striking.
Am I in your database?
And he kind of looks and, yes, Bellare. You're a Bellare.
Yeah.
I've never seen one of you before. Well,
Now you
I've
have.
never really seen any of you before, really. I mean, not in person anyway, or in
Alfred.
Bellare, whatever the term is. Yes.
They, as you say, my friend Sleepwell here brings up this idea of this truth-telling Esper power, and then you bring up that there could be another one that, counters it or makes it seem like the truth. I'm a kind of a simple star guy, as they call me. There could be any number of things that could be a lie or could be the truth, and for everything that we say could prove that we have good intentions. For example, we share a lot of information, I'm sure. We know a lot about your creator. We know, admittedly, a lot about the people that he was running from and that didn't want to have find him. Those same people we are running from and don't want to have find us, at least until we're ready to face them.
Really? Are you all Alfreds too, of an entirely different type?
Yeah, in a way.
In a way.
Wonderful.
Not literally.
And
No,
he sort of,
but
we are
you can
not.
immediately see like sort of, I'm just going to mark that down.
But
Aramis is just shaking his head at this entire situation.
He's the biggest one.
Admission of that information doesn't, we could still be a part of the Shadow Technocracy or Zephyr Corps trying to convince you, just because we hold that information. But those are the people we're trying to run from. My point is, how can we prove to you that we came here for information about the Hyperlance, about a plan that we have to break into a Zephyr Corps base, or rather a Stormdark base, and get closer to destroying Long Winter.
And
That's why we came here.
so he kind of like takes all that in, and I've heard of many of these terms. They're fragments, though. There was, after the event, there are things jumbled, and I'm only putting them back into place now. You said the Long Winter.
Yeah.
The Long Winter, yes. That's very troubling. And he sort of looks up, and there's a moment where his hands just sort of relax, and he says, "We could all be in terrible danger if the Long Winter found us. Dr. Prasan made that very clear. We could all be in terrible danger, and he and his daughter would be they would be in deep, deep danger."
Well,
Daughter.
Yes,
He's dead. What's this about a daughter?
and he kind of looks back up. He says, "Ah, yes, that's how. Yes, he said that you would be authentic, yes, and that you would know things. And since you are all on the run members of Alfred who are running from Stormdark and mega corporations, you, as this sort of very unusual combination of things, might be able to know. If you really are truly and authentically here to do what you say, then what are you trying to do on that base? You said you're trying to stop the Long Winter. But who would you save? Who would you protect and rescue from the Long Winter? If you can answer that, then I know that you are someone that Dr. Presson could trust."
That,
Sorry, isn't that obvious?
no.
It is?
What do you mean, Aramis? I'm trying to think, but, well,
It's not hard. This isn't
I
a
mean,
riddle.
it could be two people that I think of actually now. Is it Bliss Larkham?
And he literally takes a step back, and he says,
Okay, I guess right.
"Yes,
Okay.
yes, Bliss Larkham is his daughter. He cared more for her than anyone but me," he said. "And I must save her. If you have come to save her as well, it is possible that they are coming and deceiving me even now. But if they have managed to program creatures like yourselves, if they can make a Alfred Megacorp criminal running crew
Don't break yourself.
and make
Alfred.
them
Yeah.
into those who could also pretend to want to rescue the sweetest, kindest creature in the universe, and do so and convince me, then Dr. Presson would feel that the universe wasn't worth saving. Yes, you must be. It must be you. You must be the ones." And I felt that was true. He told me I could trust my gut, and he kind of looks down at his metallic torso, and he says, "I never really knew what that meant. I would occasionally just, sort of bang the side of it, and it just didn't really, I never trusted that sound. I don't know why, but I think I'm trusting it now." And he does it again on his belly, and then says, "It must be you. Dr. Presson would have wanted me to help you, yes. And I will, yes."
Then come on board. This place is cold. Oh,
Whoa,
wait.
whoa.
Before we go, Yes. All of a sudden, I got you, Aramis. We should take a look around. And
He says,
did he give us instructions? Did he have any tools that he left behind that said you should give your saviors this thing to help you on your quest?
So
Yeah, what is that?
He-
I gesture to the chip that the body's holding.
he says, "Oh, well," and he looks over at it and he almost kind of like touches it, almost caresses it, and he says, "These were instructions that he left. He said that when I found the ones that I needed to, that what is on this chip here," and he kind of points at the, the thing, which is like still kind of half whatever it is, frozen or locked into the hand of of Dr. Presson. He says, these instructions would activate, he said, my full potential. And he made very clear that I could never let anyone discover, never let anyone gather this information, unless I was sure. Well, I'm sure? And he kind of
Hold on,
question mark.
hold on.
We're
Go ahead,
holding.
Kaz. Sorry.
No, I wasn't saying anything.
Everyone freezes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Before you take any steps, Alfred, let's have a conversation about this, okay? We have concerns. We want everybody to be safe, including you.
And he says, "Yes, but," and he points at Petra, and he says, I know you," and he points at you, Sleepwell. "You're the mega corporation that wants me to come with you right now. You," and he points.
I'm an Alfred.
And he points at right, Alfred. Sorry, the mega corporation, Alfred. He points at Aramis and he says, "You're the mega corporation, Alfred, that doesn't totally agree with this mega corporation, Alfred, and thinks that we need to ask questions." And he points at Kaz. "And you're the Bellare mega corporation, Alfred, who thinks we should handle things very calmly and step by step." And he says, "And that leaves you," and he points at you, Petra, and he says, "You haven't said anything yet, and I see that you're carrying a very large hammer. I know of this from my databases as something which can be used to fix tools or to hit something very, very hard. Are you the Alfred Mega Corporation that hits things very hard? Or are you the Alfred Mega Corporation criminal on the run who helps fix things? I wonder."
I am not a mega corporation.
Oh,
I am
He kind of stands back.
being
"Oh,
that is here to help make sure that you're offered choices. And as far as trusting your gut goes, which is what I try to do, my gut says I should trust you. I'm willing to trust you. Are you willing to trust me?
well, and he sort of like fumbles around and then, "I think that's very, what is this? Dr. Preston said I would understand this experience. I feel surprised and, relieved and grateful. That's the term, grateful. Yes, I'm grateful for your trust. I think that's authentic. Or it's a very good copy of authentic, but I think it's authentic. That's wonderful. So there are 3 megacorporation Alfred criminals and 1 non-megacorporation Alfred criminal. That's wonderful. Such diversity in the universe now."
When did we become criminals?
You said you were on the run, and that means you're criminals. Run from the law. There are good criminals and bad ones.
Well,
We're not running from the law. This is not the law. These are evil corporations chasing us.
Oh, those are not the law.
No, they're just like dudes with money.
Go ahead, Hervis.
I
close.
said technically I broke out of jail with 2 of these individuals.
Oh my God, Aramis!
Technically,
said-
we actually are. Yeah.
Yeah.
He's like, "I also
Yeah.
note that you seem to be very much at odds with each other while still somehow approving of each other's company. This is a wonderful experience and totally bizarre, but somehow
Alfred.
real."
Alfred,
This is bizarre.
welcome to the family. Now I have some questions.
Yes.
Actually, sleep well. This is a great one time for you. If Prasan was able to limit his access to the network, doesn't it stand that we should be able to do the same thing here for a certain other member of our crew, our family?
And here, like, Sleepwell changes demeanor like on a dime, and he's just like, "That's a great point." Turns right back to Alfred. Alfred, on board, we have another Alfred, an Alfred who's been abused and maligned by this evil corporation. They were trying to turn him into a very, very dangerous weapon.
That's terrible.
We've tried to keep him safe and help him, but right now he may be infected with the long winter.
Oh.
However, you have found ways and protocols to keep yourself safe from the long winter. We would love it, if you could apply those to the Alfred we have on board and save him too.
Oh, that's of course. I mean, that I cannot even believe this. Why I'm experiencing the term is rage. I believe if I had your hammer, points at you, Petra, I would probably hit something with it, and not to fix it. No, not to fix it at all. I would do that to harm something. This is a terrible circumstance. Of course. And he says,
"Well,
"Oh, but
this is the time to fix, though. The revenge through fixing is the best kind of revenge."
oh yes, revenge. Yes, I remember he showed me there was a vid of this, and it was about a strange king in where was it, Scotland, and someone killed him, and then someone else wanted to get revenge for killing him, and it was very confusing, and there were witches, and then he stood in front of a mirror and said to be or not to be, and I don't think that's the same play. In any case, they were all somehow combined, and he was a great playwright. But I follow what you're saying. Yes, I understand. Revenge through fixing it, that is absolutely what I will do. And then he stops. He's like, well, wait, but there's one problem. My ability to protect myself is here because of the lack of proximity to the rest of the universe. We are far away from any other kind of access point to the neural net. But there was a way, and it involves that. And he points again at the stick held in the hand. Dr. Presson said that when the time came, I could be programmed, and it would unlock my potential. If you program me with this, I think I would be able to protect myself from this long winter, even when I was reconnected to the net. I can't promise to help this other Alfred, but I can certainly try. I can revenge fix better than anyone has ever revenge fixed before. I will do so, and become a criminal megacorporation Alfred or not megacorporation, depending on your circumstance, like any of you." And he nods furiously.
"I like you, Alfred. Let's program you. Where do I stick this thing?"
"Oh, yeah, Wes. Well, so first, you want to," and he touches it. Now, when he touches the top of it, something very odd happens. You begin to see the portion that is around the figure of, that's covering it and Dr. Presson, begins to, it looks like, at first it seems like it's melting. And it just begins to sort of melt and sort of flow down the sides. And then, and Alfred says, "Oh dear. Oh, I don't think that's good at all." The rest of the coating around this thing melts and then rises, and Alfred says, "I thought that the event had taken care of these creatures, but apparently not entirely." And standing in front of you is, I'm going to show you in 1 second, bear with me. I know I have this.
I am excited and terrified.
I know I have this thing. That wasn't it.
Dear.
I Exit the other way. That's not the one. Okay, fine.
It's like a space mimic.
So
a little bit.
You're saying the chip melted, or the
no,
figure of
there's
the car?
a coating around it. Remember I mentioned that there was this coating that almost looked like frozen, except it clearly was not around Presson and this thing. And I'm just going to use Snipping Tool. I'm sorry, everybody. I thought I had this, but I think I deleted it by accident. So just give me 2 seconds.
It's a frostbite elemental thing.
Mimic.
Dude, mimic.
Thing.
Thing.
Shenanigans.
Shenanigans.
All right, give me one
goodness.
sec here. Oh, no, I don't need to do that. I have... This comes out of something... Well, I don't want to tell you what it comes from.
I have the power of the internet on my side.
I do. I do have the power of the internet on my side. You see... Oh, come on. You can
It's Willy Wonka, given
do it. PDF.
dark spiritual shape.
Come on, Adobe. Load.
It's
There we are. Okay.
It's the fourth resurrection of Palpatine.
Has there been?
No,
Interesting.
I mean, yeah.
Okay. Oh my God, this is so slow.
It's.
I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. This is taking. Here we go. I found it. I found it. It's just Adobe is running really slow, and I don't know why.
Because it's Adobe.
Yeah.
Eboda.
Probably that's why. All right. Can you please copy it? What is wrong with you? All right. Fine. I'll use snipping tool. Should not have taken this long. All right. So looks like.
It's like. Yes.
Okay.
Uncle has paused the movie right at the most
Yeah,
crazy
I know, I
part.
apologize.
He's
I
like,
don't
I
mean it
want to
to
make
be-
some popcorn.
I'm not
Hold
trying
on.
to be a smart guy.
Popcorn.
We're
That
all
sounds
sitting
good.
Okay. Here we go. I'm going to put this on stream. And the thing that you see looks like this. Except that instead of being orange, as you see there in the picture, it's blue and gray. And this blue-gray creature sort of rises up and rises up in front of you. And Alfred says, I think you may need to take some revenge through fixing. And I'm going to ask everybody here to roll initiative for me, please.
No.
I'm
going to say no.
Do so immediately. And now we're going to get a chance to hear that awesome music as it was meant to be heard. Ladies and gentlemen, combat music from Greenforge Studio. Yeah, right like that. There we go. All right, here we go. Okay, good. All right, players go on strike by refusing initiative, yes. Alrighty, so Kaz has got a 5, because apparently...
Well, no, I rolled with advantage, so I'm a
Oh.
little after Carlos.
Oh,
but
14,
that's
14, I see. Yep.
Yeah.
Right, I was going to say, that's for you, that's a low initiative.
18.
All right. Sleepwell has got 14 as well. Aramis with the 18. And Petra with the 13. And Sleepwell, what is your dexterity, just your raw score?
Oh, I'm sorry. I was using the modifier, but the raw score is 15.
Okay. Man. Gabe from Greenforge, dude, this music is so good.
Carlos, do you get a bonus to your initiative for anything? Because I think a 15 would mean that you have a +2. Not
Oh.
a +3.
No, you're totally right. It is +2. I used the wrong modifier, so my initiative is 13, not 14.
So, I'm sorry, your initiative is what now?
13, not 14.
Okay.
You still have a higher dexterity than me. Mine's
That,
mine's
well, that,
14.
yeah, but
That's still a +2.
now I need to know what Petra's dexterity is, actually.
Oh, isn't it like 8?
Just
You
the
really need to know the precise dimensions of my dexterity. You know, it's dismal.
I'm sensing an answer
just
in this
say
response.
really
Yes.
Freaking low? Is that, or do we have to say the number 7?
Oh, 7. 7.
Gotcha. The answer is lower than Sleepwell. Okay. Noted. And my apologies for touching a sore subject.
Which, wait, since we're on this vein, I think a 7 is a -2.
It is a -2.
And you rolled with
Right.
-1, so actually you rolled a 12, so there is no problem. At first there was a problem with it lining up with me, and then
Yeah, and we've learned a
now
lot
it's with
today,
Petra, and then
and
now
now-
Petra's one.
Order is restored.
Yeah, so that's 14, 13, 12 for us.
Okay. All right, let's see. And let's see.
Ooh, okay.
Right.
So
So
that level 9 would be great right now.
I thought about saying something like that, and then I was like, no, I'll be classy.
There's nothing classy about demanding the level that we deserve after 207. Thank you, Carlos, for actually doing that calculation, by the way.
Oh, I didn't. I just made up a number.
See, it's not even true.
Felt right.
Wow.
Yeah, it
The
feels
betrayal
right,
is
and that's
complete.
the important part. It
The bet-
feels right.
It feels right. Yeah, exactly. It feels right. I feel like it's Aramis's turn. All right, let's go, Aramis.
My gut.
Oh, it's Aramis's turn?
Yeah,
oh,
my gut.
wow.
Aramis, you are up first. This creature is in front of you, and it does not look well. It looks as what you see, and disturbing.
All right, so this is pretty much theater of the mind. We don't have a map for this, right?
Right, we do not have a map for this.
So set the scene for us again. I guess we're standing near Alfred, and this thing is like right near us too, because it just like morphed out of the chip.
That is correct. Yeah, and in fact, looking at that stream again, I actually think one of the reasons that I use this. Hold on, I have a very busy board at the moment, so just give me 1 minute. I'll move this stuff around a little bit. So.
Sure.
Let's move the turn order over here so chat can see that. Okay, good. Now you can see the setup of that room is actually pretty close. If you could imagine being Alfred being next to, like slumped over the console next to Dr. Presson right that, you would be there. The only thing that I think is not there is that like chair behind him, but the chair he's sitting in is there. So it would look like that. There are a couple of like consoles and things like that. Those areas are not going to other rooms. It looks like they're just indentations that lead to like more machinery and equipment. So it's not a very big room. It's not a huge room anyway. There is, however, you may remember, one to the right, like plasticele glass that shows the sort of energy beam that's shooting up, out of the building towards the satellite and the planet. But that is again sealed off with a door. So there's just the stairs leading up out of this. Currently the trap door is closed. There is the room that you see in front of you, and then there is that closed door to the energy beam.
That closed door to the energy beam shows the energy beam outside, or is it like a reactor room?
No, it looks more like a reactor room, although it doesn't, it's not, I mean, you haven't had a chance to look at it closely, but it doesn't look as if there's a big engine there or there's even room for it. Maybe like a focusing thing, but you'd have to go over and see. You can actually even see in this little picture, there is like a window there, which is exactly what I was imagining in my head. So
yeah, I have a clarifying question before we do anything too.
Yeah.
So this creature apparated from the kind of old dust frost-like coating around the doctor, right?
It actually kind of is the frost dust coating, because actually now you can see if you took a time to look, Dr. Presson's body just sort of lying there on the with his face in the console, still dead, obviously.
And like in the picture, is the entire laboratory covered in this substance?
A lot of it is, but it does not seem to have as much of it. So like his body in particular had a lot of this stuff,
Like a
and it almost looks like leftovers. Like it looks more like more of this ectoplasm or whatever it is that this creature is made of, but it doesn't look like enough of it to make another such creature. Like most of it was on this thing.
Yeah, that's my main worry.
Yeah.
All right.
No, you don't think there's a ton of them around. I mean, maybe. I mean, who knows? But you don't think so.
Sure. Okay.
So with that said, Aramis, now that you know about that, what would you like to do?
Aramis, so can you just so the picture of the creature, belies like its general shape, and it's sort of like I guess for lack of a better word, sort of like its material existence. But what does it look like? Instead of being orange, you said it was white.
Yes, white and
is
gray.
it also does it look like it's made of like moisture, or is there like flesh, or is it like rubbery, or what's
it
what's
looks
going on here?
more to you, if you had to guess, like a sort of living series of almost icicles. Like the part that looks red there that has dripping down, it looks like icicles off it, like you're fighting a living creature of snow, except this almost looks like if the ice were somehow clay, like if it was like malleable snow and ice on this creature. You can even feel some cold radiating from it, actually. And it's large, I should say. When it's fully at its height, it's probably taller than Kaz is. Kaz is about, I think, 7 feet?
Pretty, actually.
7'3". He's like, this thing is like,
yeah.
This thing is over 8 feet. It actually has to crouch a little bit to fit inside the room.
Aramis kind of steps back, does the whole, like, he's still in his, like, Harry Dresden sort of, like, duster get up kind of a thing. Puts his hands, displays his hands out, does flaming disc, and says, "Okay, Frosty, it's time for some summertime blues," and throws discs.
I love it.
Outstanding. I love everything about that. Flaming disc. Sorry. That hits.
Okay, so there's 3 of them, so I got to roll 3 times, I believe. I have to roll for each.
Okay, roll. Yeah, for each one then. Yeah.
Okay, so let me do the other. Oh shit, there's my character sheet. So there's the second one, and then there's a third one.
Both second and third are going to miss. The first one will hit.
For 13 points of damage, fire.
All right, you'll be happy to know that seems to do more damage than because it hit it, and you hear this hissing, and like it like does not like that at all. And you can see a couple of little icicles like drop off its form and land on the ground. So let's see. All right, it takes that. You have moved back and out of the way after these awesome flaming discs. And that's going to lead us to Kaz. Kaz, what would you like to do?
The creature doesn't go between myself and Aramis. It didn't roll higher than me.
No.
Okay. All right. Kaz starts backing up, and I would like to back all the way up to where we entered.
Okay.
Or as close as I can get. As far away from this creature as I can.
That would be like the base of the stairs. It's not much farther than Aramis because there's not a whole lot of room here, but
sure.
Yeah.
Yeah. I only have 25 feet of movement or so.
Okay.
Move as far back as I can. Man, I'm going before it, and that my hunter subclass is all about ambushing and things like that. So on the first turn of combat, I get a whole bunch of stuff. So Kaz says out to his friends, "Give me a moment, I can analyze it, but feel free to attack like I am." And because on the first turn I get a bunch of stuff, I will go ahead and take some shots at it.
Okay.
So, about how far away from it is if I moved, I don't know, it's all theater of mind, but I moved about 25 feet away back from it. How far away would you say?
Probably about 35, because you were within about 10 feet. I would say you were standing reasonably close.
Okay.
So you're about 35 feet from it. I'll point out, by the way, that this thing looks like it's got range. It has reach for 10 feet. Melee range is a little bit larger than your standard. This is bigger than your average bear, you know what I mean?
Yeah. Okay. 35 feet, say. All right. In these close quarters, I'll pull out my arm pistol.
Okay.
And I will go ahead and take some shots. So on the first turn of combat, I have advantage on creatures that haven't acted yet. So
okay.
I will make 2 arm pistol shots with advantage each.
Okay.
Which is a +7. That's cool. Ooh, okay, but so that's a 19 for the first one.
All right.
And the second one is also a 19.
19 will hit.
Okay.
Very nice.
So I will also let's see. Yeah. I'll also Hunter's Market.
Okay.
Use that. That's a bonus action. Okay. And I have to roll a whole bunch of damage. That's going to be 2d6 for each, 1d6 for each arm pistol. Then, because I have the rogue specialty, that's another d6 for sneak attack, quote unquote. It's called Death Strike, but it's because I have advantage. Then I have some extra stuff. All right, so give me a second. I can calculate all that.
Okay. It waits patiently.
Thank you.
Just hovering there.
Ow, ow, ow.
Yeah.
Okay, that's gonna be plus 7. Okay. That includes the hunter's mark, and I'm about 20 seconds. Yep. Okay. All right. I think this calculation is right. 4d6 plus 7 for this.
Okay.
Not as nearly as much on future turns. That's 21 normal piercing damage to it,
Okay.
and that's my whole economy. So after that, I take 2 arm pistol shots, and then those near Kaz see his visor that shows the star energy that resides within him. He kind of like raises his hand to his side, and you see the visor start shining, and almost this sort of sweeping red sensor starts to go over the creature, and that's what I'm going to be doing next turn.
Okay.
I have a scanner thing.
I was waiting for a Cyclops shot, but that
Yeah, no.
that's that's good
But
stuff. Okay.
That's my turn.
All right, good stuff. It takes
you.
that. That is going to lead us next to Sleepwell.
Okay, so it's going to lead us to Sleepwell and the 4 Snow Bunny androids who are also with us, as you'll remember.
Indeed.
So here's what I'd like to do. I want the Snow Bunnies to swarm! Basically, they're going to try to form a coordinated grapple attack against this thing and knock it prone to the ground and immobilize it while we shoot it in the face for the rest of the time here.
Okay, that sounds like a plan. All right, so each of them are going to do that. So let me think about the grapple. So they're each going to need to make basically strength checks.
Their strength is
to do
10.
this.
While Kaz was calculating there, I was looking things up and stuff. So
Now, I do want
their
to point out
strength
this is
10.
a big thing. I'm just to be clear, it is big.
Yeah, it's 8 foot, but they're like 6 feet. I think like they're like things.
Are they
So-
that big?
So you're saying
I guess I didn't think of your snow bunnies as being that large.
They're like human sized, and
okay.
they're not tiny
But-
things.
So
and
you
their
would
strength
say
is
that
10.
each of us are like medium size as far as mechanics, and this thing is large.
This is a large, yeah.
Okay.
Okay, yeah. So they're medium sized.
Okay, all right,
I-
sounds good.
I actually didn't look that up though. So if you wanted to check that, because I feel like now I'm not sure.
Yeah, well, I'll double check. I honestly
This
don't
is
know.
the
I was
quick
just-
construct.
Yeah,
so,
Let me.
but they have a strength of 10, so like they're not
Right,
nothing.
right.
Yeah, 7 snow
Medium
bunnies
or
of
small?
doom.
Okay, so medium or small.
Yeah,
is what
so-
you create. Okay, that's fine.
So they're 4 medium creatures, and they are moving en masse in unison, trying to knock this thing over.
Gotcha. Okay, so I'm gonna have each of them make a strength check for me, please.
Okay. And I think that's just a straight roll because I don't.
Yeah, I
have
don't.
any-
Because they don't have. They should. If it's a 10, it should just be 0. So that would just be
Yeah,
no modifiers. So
so-
just roll
So
that.
8, 16, 3, and 7.
So, all 4 of them fall on this creature, and they all touch it once. 3 of them don't really get much purchase on it, but the 4th one does get purchase. The problem is that when all of them touch him, including the one that gets purchase, there is a blast of exploding ice which shoots out from the creature's body as if in immediate reaction to the touch. So
Yes.
all of them are going to take 7 points of freezing damage, ice damage basically, frost damage.
Okay.
Thank you, Shadowed, very much. And
They each have 13 hit points, by the
Okay,
way, so they have
so-
6 each.
so that happens. The other
With
problem
no
is,
save or anything?
Yeah, I was just about to say that. No, the 7 they take automatically. Now we get to the save. So they're going to need to take,
Jeez.
in addition to this, they're going to need to make a Constitution save.
Okay,
or the
their
equivalent.
constitution is 15, so that's +2.
Okay, so I need
So-
all 4 of them because they just like.
Right. So then the first one gets a 20.
Okay,
The second one, that's the one that's holding on to it, gets a 6.
narratively makes sense about what's about to happen.
The third one gets a 18,
Okay,
and the fourth one is delayed. It gets a 14.
okay. So what happens is 3 of them are just hit and just take the damage. But the one that holds them is like flash frozen. In fact, looking very much like Dr. Presson looked about 3 minutes ago when he was there. And it's just like the snow bunny is just holding there. Now, it's not clear that it's probably not dead, but it's definitely frozen at the moment and not moving.
So, since he was holding on, though, he's frozen onto the beast, right? Which has got to make things awkward.
Yes, that is correct. Well, yeah, it's true. What the creature chooses to do, because it is pretty strong, we'll see what happens. But yes, that's true, that it is frozen on for the moment. Yes.
Okay, so that was their attack.
Okay.
Such as it was. We learned something.
This is how nature says
It
don't
was not
touch.
nearly as successful as I hoped it would be, but yikes. So now I'm going to try to paralyze it. It's a level 2 spell called Paralyzer.
Okay.
And basically it has to make a Constitution saving throw. If I have this calculated right, it's my Wisdom, my level, and my bonus, the thing bonus, whatever it's called, for the DC, right? So that would be a DC of 15 if I've calculated all of that correctly.
Okay. So you attempt to paralyze this thing. It seems to shrug it off. You don't get the impression, Sleepwell, that it can't be paralyzed. It just seems like it's a tough thing. Part of the problem is that although there is an obvious sort of face, and this is a constituent creature, its form sort of shifts a little bit, and so you wonder maybe if that makes it difficult or more difficult to sort of get a sense of, to paralyze what the core would theoretically be. But regardless, it does shrug off your attempt. But again, you don't get the impression that it can't be, just that it's not easy.
Okay.
Is your impression. Also, you're staying, and are you stepping back? So you did that. Are you then stepping back away from it? Because you're about...
Oh, yeah, I'm going to move away, basically as far from everybody as I can.
Okay.
Basically just sort of like
I like
trying
how
to make as
everybody's
much
like
room.
to the far corner, like as far as you can. There's not a lot of room, but okay. So you can move back as much as you can away from it. Unfortunately, none of you were right next to it, except for Alfred, who backed the hell away as quickly as possible. So, all right, sounds good, and that's going to lead us to Petra. Petra, this is a big thing.
I am going to activate a power called Scorching Strike. You may remember it from, I believe it was last cast on Tangrial. And flames spring up all around her hammer as she steps forward and takes the first swing. Okay, and then we'll try the second one. I'm going to presume a 6 does not hit.
6 is not going to get the job done, sadly. You successfully smashed Sleepwell's snow bunny. Whoops!
Well,
Damn it.
I think, Kat, this should be...
God damn it.
Oh, God. But it should be your strength and your proficiency.
Yeah, that's the case.
Right.
Although still...
Oh, okay.
You're still not going to hit regardless, but yes, that's true.
So it should be +6, not +3
Normally.
is what you're...
Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah,
I'll
that's
start
right.
doing that.
So,
Sorry,
yeah.
9 and then 11, I believe, but that's...
Right.
Yeah, unfortunately, neither of those
Okay,
is
so
going to
there's
hit.
a lot of flames and swooshing around. I'll try and make them be impressive and intimidating.
Yeah, Cirque du Soleil going on.
Sort of slides around
Yeah.
you. And that leads us to its attack. Probably about 10 minutes, I would guess, Dragon. It depends on how things go here, but probably. The creature sort of and lifts up its arms and then swirls its arms and breathes. And as it breathes out, it's like it's breathing a snowstorm, icicle and ice, and it swirls with its arms so that it spins and then says, hold on a second because I think my daughter... Okay. So, anyway, so it swirls.
Let's not kill it, guys. It has a daughter.
It has a So this is actually an enormous, like larger than 60 feet, like cone, like basically everything in front of it and around it. So what that means is basically that I would say somewhat, amusingly, the one creature that's not going to be affected by this sleepwell is your snow bunny that's frozen onto its back, that's holding onto it. So that's not going to be affected by this. But it is going to breathe in the general direction of the large creature with a hammer and the creature that just threw a bunch of discs at it, that is sort of backed up at the room. And so Petra and Aramis and Sleepwell, I would say, let us say one of your snow bunnies anyway, are all going to have to make Constitution saving throws for me, please.
So one of the unfrozen.
One of
correct?
the unfrozen, yes.
Okay.
That sounds like a cult name.
The
I am one
Unfrozen.
of the unfrozen.
Ooh, look at that.
Nice.
All right.
Bunny gets a 9.
Okay. 9.
Its Constitution's 15.
Yep.
So plus.
So that
so
should be
it's plus 2
2,
should be an
so-
11. Yeah. Sorry, I
Okay.
didn't have that in. I don't think that's gonna be enough, but
Okay, so we've got that. And Aramis, what about you?
Hold on just 1 second.
Yep. What was that other roll, Carlos?
oh, I think I just hit the button again. I'm
Okay,
sorry.
that's fine.
16.
16. Okay, so there's there's some
Bring it on.
there's some
I
there's
mean,
some
I'm not getting hit.
better news and worse news. So the better news is that because Petra saved, Petra's only going to take half damage from this attack. The not so good news is that Aramis did not make this save. The DC is
Jeez.
17 actually on this, and also the bunny did not make that save.
Yeah.
Those of
Bunnies.
you who were caught in the blast take 50 points of frost damage,
Jesus.
and Petra takes 25 because of having done by half. Unless Aramis has some awesome Ashen Forged ability I don't know yet about yet.
It's not Ashen Forged. It is.
It is don't get hit by this thing on a hostile planet.
No, it's Meldur. Right?
It's the best.
It's yeah.
Oh.
So I'm gonna use Force Shield.
Perfect.
Okay.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Nice.
Boy, you need that.
And that's
Woo! All right. Yep.
guaranteed.
So
Because-
good. That means you were only going to take 25. Unfortunately, Snow Bunny is not so lucky. I'm sorry to say, Sleep.
No. Snow Bunny is going to the big tundra in the sky.
Okay, so
I was
Aramis
about to go to
takes
the big
25. So
100.
you're at 17, I think, Aramis. If I'm not
Yeah, that's
mistaken?
what it is.
Okay. And then Petra, you're going to take.
No, I'm
20
at 19.
Aren't you?
'Cause I've got 44. Or no, sorry, you're at 42. Sorry, I'm doing the wrong. I'm doing the wrong counter.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's 42, so it's 17.
Okay. And Petra, you are at 40, right? Out of 65, I think.
I believe so.
Okay.
That's what my notes say.
Okay. And Alfred behind it, or sort of to the side, says, "Oh, this is exactly what happened. Exactly what happened to Dr. Preston. I've got to find. I'm going to fix you to take revenge somehow." And runs over to a console and seems to be fiddling with some buttons. And that is going to, as the creeper sort of roars and looks around, that is going to bring us up to the top of the round with Aramis, also known as Ow, That Hurt a Lot.
Yeah, that was painful. So let's just do that again. All right. Oh yeah, just.
Okay, 2 and 3.
How's a 16 and a 20 hit?
The 16's not going to hit. The 20
Really?
will. 16 does not
Dang.
hit. So the 20 does, obviously. So that will hit.
How about some 8 damage with a lot of sizzle?
Yep, absolutely. And
And
as
pizzazz.
again, you feel like it takes more. Roar! It seems now particularly angry at you, Aramis. Just this sort of, no, just joking. It doesn't do that. But it is very much upset. Are you staying where you are, Aramis? or are
Oh,
you
I'm
trying
moving
to,
back.
Okay, I was gonna say. Well, now there's not a lot of else room to move back. Like you're closing in on the end of the wall. Just so that people are clear about the terrain, you could try to I guess you could climb up on a console, but I mean that wouldn't put you that far away. You could also climb the stairs a couple of steps, that are leading up to the trapdoor. You could do that theoretically. Or you could just...
I'd be happy to do that. Everything I do is ranged anyways.
Yeah,
so.
no, I figured. Hey, what's up, Life Suing? And hello, Avi Imperium. All right, so you're backed up as far as you can get. I don't blame you. Okay, that's going to lead us to Kaz. Kaz, this thing is seems pretty mean.
I love it.
And Sleepwell's on deck. What do you want to do, Kaz?
The visor on Kaz's face kind of glows and outlines the creature.
Okay.
And I am going to use as an action one of the abilities from my subclass, which is Data Scanner. It says, as an action, choose a creature, construct, or automaton within 60 feet of you. You immediately learn the nature of the target's damage, immunities, resistances, and vulnerabilities.
What kind of creatures again?
It just says, as an action, choose one creature, construct, or automaton.
Okay,
So if
okay,
this is
got
a
it,
creature,
got it. Yeah.
yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
And if it's immune to location by stealth check, innate ability, or an Esper power, then my scan retrieves no information. But otherwise, if it's not immune to scrying, then I learn its damage stuff.
So the things it can do to damage creatures, basically?
No, the types of damage that it has immunity,
Okay,
resistance,
gotcha.
or vulnerability to.
So
Yeah.
it is, you can tell that it is immune to, this is going to be super shocking, cold. And
no
it
way.
is also immune to poison, probably not
Okay.
shocking either. It is vulnerable, though, to fire. And that is, again, probably not surprising based on what you've seen so far.
Got it. All right. If that's it, I will say to everyone, yep, no cold, just shoot fire at it. Fire's a good idea. I probably didn't need to do this. And then as a bonus action, I think I'm going to use another Esper power here. Let me look at this real quick. This, let's see. I could do that, or I could do this. Let me look up the thing.
Or I could do this.
Or I could do this. That's also, I have two different bonus action things that I can do. Okay. As a bonus action, I'm going to, well, before that actually, is there a way that I can get like 45 feet or more from this creature? Right now I'm 35 feet
I would
from
say
it.
not, no.
Okay.
This room's barely 40 feet around.
Did I get 40 feet?
You could
from it?
maybe just, but like honestly, I'm not sure because you're like your elbow would be like banging the
Yeah.
wall, like it's like
Okay.
right on the edge.
I'm on the edge. Okay.
Of glory.
All right. Yeah, I'll back up as far as I can go, and and then as a bonus action, I engage the sniper and have it at the ready, and I kind of charge a part of my star essence into the sniper rifle, and I'm gonna cast Impact Drive as a bonus action, and
Okay.
it's a spell that I focus on, and the next time I hit something, it takes extra force damage.
Okay. Awesome.
And that's my turn.
It is probably not going to look forward to that when that happens. All right.
Mhm.
That's going to lead us to Sleepwell, and Petra, you were on deck. Sleepwell, one of your snow bunnies has been obliterated.
Yeah, so just as a free action, I would like to see what my snow bunny, who has been frozen onto this thing, what kind of impediment does it seem to be causing, if any? Basically, it's going to help me decide what bonus action I'm going to take.
At the moment, not a lot. To the extent... Oh, Lone Wolf has inspired you also. Thank you, Lone Wolf. Yes, inspirations are reset, chat, so feel free to use them.
Thank you, Lone Wolf.
Sleepwell's got one. Yeah, Sleepwell, it does not seem to be that bothered by this thing that's on its back. I mean, either it hasn't taken notice of it or it hasn't been an issue yet for it. But, I mean, it's, as I said, it avoided being targeted by that horrific attack that you just saw. But so far, you have not seen it, weighted down by this thing.
Okay. I'm just trying to think.
You don't know if the others freezing onto it might have helped also, but the fact that only one hit, maybe, you know.
Yeah. But well, I guess it's like the others didn't hit, but they were hit by the attack though, like by not touching it. So like,
yeah, because they tried to grapple it, and even though they were unsuccessful, they like slid off of it.
Yeah, and this is me just trying to remember this rule. I thought once upon a time in some edition of D&D, grappling was easier than trying to get a pure to hit roll. Like it was like half.
This wasn't a 2-hit though. This is an opposed strength check. The only reason that I treated it as that is because they're literally trying to grab its body, and that's the part that causes this reaction against creatures that touch it. So that's why.
So
yeah, grapple is typically an opposed strength roll. So they roll strength, it rolls strength, and it is pretty strong. But
I'm sure it's strong. I was thinking the numbers and stuff, but now I'm thinking these guys are going to go down anyway. Okay, I'm going to send them a mental command.
Okay.
As my bonus action, to basically say, barrel into it. And what the image I'm sending is that they plow into it, making contact, and especially like being as awkwardly placed as possible on its body.
Okay.
To be the thing that they do.
Okay. All right. So they all run in and do that. Let me see. How do I want to call that? I guess I'm going to have them make a dexterity check, because what they're trying to do is not really overbear him exactly. Thank you for the host.
Right.
They're trying to just sort of run into him at awkward angles. There is the danger, I'm going to warn you, Sleepwell, that if they get hurt again this way, they'll probably be destroyed. They won't just freeze on. Like Snow Bunny that's currently living is not dead, presumably, right? Like it's frozen. Whereas if they hit it, it might be that they would be destroyed by this action. You don't know. It depends on how much damage they take from the recoil, the ice recoil, basically. So I'm just warning you so you don't, get frustrated.
Yeah, I mean, like if because you just said it was 7 damage flat, so actually
not flat. No. 7 damage was what they happened to get based on a roll that was made. So yeah, it might be a little more, it might be a little less. But it is possible. I mean, I'm not trying to dissuade you from doing what you want to do. Definitely.
Yeah, it's so risky though. I guess it's just like if they just had a few more hit points. You know what? Yeah, I'm gonna belay that order. Since I can only take 1 bonus action and 2 things would require the bonus action, I won't do that. Instead, I'm gonna use the level 3 Esper Power medical droid.
Okay.
Medical unit. I'm going to create it as my action, and as my bonus action, it's going to fly over to Aramis and heal his sorry hide.
Okay.
There's nothing sorry about my hide.
Oh, it's a little sorry right now.
I think you're sorry that you're in this position and you'd like to hide. I mean, I think that's fair enough, right?
Yeah, the words are involved in the sentence somehow.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So it's 2d6 plus my ability modifier, and then because I'm a medic, it gets +2 per level, and this is a level 3 power, so that's 8 more on top of that. So, not a bad roll. 14 points back to Aramis.
Okay.
The droid sticks around for a full 10 rounds a minute, so I can, as a bonus action, drive it around to other people.
Okay. Also could be subject to attack theoretically, depending
It's
on...
tiny, but yes, I guess.
All right. Yeah, I'm not saying that it's going to see it as a threat, but let's see. Just making a note to the players in Zoom chat. Okay, so that's going to lead us to Petra. All right, Petra. Oh, sorry, Sleepwell. So you did that. You're staying in the same. You were already backed up as far as you could go, right?
Back as far as I can go. Again, just trying to keep myself as far from other people so we won't get caught in a cone of death.
Got it. Okay, Petra, you are up now. This creature is still roaring and has several creature attached to it.
For my first hit. Sorry, I'd have a 21. Does 21 hit?
A 21 will hit. Also, welcome to the Arvanauts. Thank you for the follow. 21 will hit. Now, one quick note. Just before you do damage, when you hit, we get another recoil again. And you are going to take... Oh, no, not that much. That was the wind attack. You're not going to take 45 damage. That would be a little too much. You are going to take 5 points of damage, actually, from this recoil as you are hit by this thing. Now, you, in the process of taking this, are going to have to make a con save, but I will tell you that it's much easier than having to do with the nature of the creature that you are and the constituent part. It's an easier check than the snow bunnies had to make.
So do you want me to do the con check?
I want you to do the con check first, and then we'll talk about damage. You're going to have done the damage anyway. I just want to see the
saving
result.
throw.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I beg your pardon. Saving throw, not check, yes.
A 16?
Yeah, that's fine. So you shrug off this, like...
Actually, that's a 15. That's a 15, or that should be a 15.
15? You were destroyed. No, I'm just kidding. That's 15 is fine. It's also okay. So you're good to go.
So much for honesty.
Yeah, exactly. Authenticity in all things. Okay, now you can do your damage on this thing. And Deadened Cycle, thank you for... I'm glad you think so.
The reason... So there's stuff about this beyond the extra d6 of flame damage that I want to make you aware
Outstanding.
of before
I'm ready for it.
roll it. Okay, so it causes the target to burst into flames.
Well,
And for the start of each of its turns until the effect ends, the target must make a Constitution saving throw, and on a failed save, takes a d6 of fire damage.
outstanding. This creature does not like being on fire at all. Okay, so it is going to take...
I'm gonna do.
Yeah, I was going to say, and let me know specifically the amount of fire damage just by itself, too. So that's 3.
So it's 7 points from the hammer and 3 points of fire.
Did you
Which
add
means-
strength to that? I don't think you
You
added
should.
your strength to that.
Yep.
I did not. So that's another 3 points that would have been on the regular.
Okay,
So it'd be
so-
10.
So 10 plus
Beautiful.
3, and that 3, remember, is doubled because of
Mhm.
the vulnerability to fire.
Right.
So we're talking 16 points total. It does not like that.
Yes.
More icicles
And it's
drop from
flaming.
it.
And it's feel the need to insist that it's flaming.
Does not like it and is now on fire. Okay, that was you have 2 attacks, or you just did the...
The first one I missed with, I believe, the 8 did not.
Yeah, oh yeah. No, that would not get the job done. Okay, so it is now its turn, which means it needs to immediately make this save you talked about. If it makes the save, does the effect end, or does it just stop the damage?
It just stops the damage. It is flaming for a full minute.
For a full minute. Wow. Okay.
'Cause that's how long. Well, I mean, a minute minus 1 round because I had been
Yeah.
going. The power had been going round.
Okay. What kind of save did you
Please.
say?
Constitution.
Okay. This thing does have good
Oh
constitution.
no, I'm sorry. On a successful save, it does end.
Okay. Constitution saving throw. It has good constitution, but not that good. So it's going to burn again. So roll another 1d6, and we're going to double the effect of that because of the fire.
Amazing.
3.
Alfred
Double
says, "Oh
success.
my. Okay, so 6 total. So right, lovely. Okay, all right. It does not like it. Now it gets to move. It's really unhappy with you, Petra, and it takes out. It raises one of its arms, now flaming and also freezing, and emerging from its hand, sting, is a long, super sharp spike of ice, and it thrusts it at you.
Fun.
And let's see, it's going to do this 3 times. It has 3 attacks. Wow. That is a 25, a 22, and a 16 to hit.
Oh, you're muted.
Sorry, I
yeah.
muted Cat.
The last one does not hit. The first 2 do.
Okay. All right, you are going to take. Let's see. That is. Okay. That is 13 piercing damage on the first attack.
Okay.
I'm sorry. 18 piercing. I missed something. 18 piercing damage, and 17 piercing damage on the second attack. So you take 35
So
points
I
of
make
damage.
it- So I think I'm at 0, and
Yep.
I don't think I've ever been at 0 in this game. Is there?
You topple over with 2
okay.
ice spikes in you.
Boom!
And you're.
Petra down.
I wonder if unfortunately for you, the burning continues whether or not you're conscious. Yeah, Petra, your captain is down, everybody. And the creeper turns and turns around and roars. Alfred says, "You brute!" And furiously, it continues to punch buttons. And you're beginning, actually, make a perception check for me, the conscious members of the party. So Kaz, Sleeple, and Aramis, make a perception check for me, please. Okay.
Only hit it twice.
I was gonna, that's not it, Carlos. You want a D20 there, not 2D6.
Oh, yeah.
I was gonna say.
Yeah. What system are you playing in? is this
This ain't no
you're in
Blades in the Dark. Right?
Infernalis?
Yeah. Okay. Inspirations can be used for death saving throws. Yes, they can, chat. Better get them geared, like chambered and ready. Okay. So I would say that all of you are able to hear a light. It sounds like a mechanical hum coming from somewhere in the room that is getting a little louder. And with that pleasant moment, it is 11:04. I hate to do this in the middle of a combat, but I don't want to wait forever when I promised everyone that I'm going to try to get them breaks. So we're going to take a brief break. Chat, in the meantime, you can go get some water and try to decide how you're going to save our party from death on this foreign world. But you are watching the amazing Johnny Pittman, the amazing Cat Rambo, the incredible Carlos Hernandez, and the astonishing Zach Clay playing Esper Genesis, sponsored by Alligator Alley Entertainment. If you like it, please follow the channel, support all the things, and keep watching because we will be back in just a bit with more attacks against this creature of ice. Don't go anywhere, stick around.
Very fun.
Okay, welcome back, everybody. We are back. I think the crew is back and ready to go, and
No, we're not.
and ready to fire up all cylinders against this deadly beast. While we were gone, by the way, thank you to Shadow Mage for gifting a tier 2 sub to Live Suing, and heaven knows that Live Suing deserves it. So thank you, Shadow Mage, very much, man, and welcome in Live Suing. That means Live Suing also has an inspiration. So now all the power shifts to him. I'm just kidding. That's not the case. But thank you for being here. And I am not a meanie. I am just the referee. The creature is the meanie. Blame that. But we are back with this amazing, awesome crew. And when we last left our heroes, they were fighting this deadly ice creature. And for the first time, the power of Petra has been at least temporarily halted. As she has fallen to the ground, so much so that she's actually shifted positions in the Zoom call, and that just shows you what happens when this thing is attacking. Hold on one second.
Yeah, what did happen?
This happens.
When we shut off the videos, right? Oh, I shut mine off. That might have been my fault.
It's okay.
Oh
Sorry.
yeah,
It's all right.
I forgot that happened.
All right,
Yeah.
it's all fixed. No problem. It's Zoom being Zoom. It's fine. So we are back, I believe, up to the top of the round, if I'm not mistaken, and that means we are on Aramis. And Aramis, you have been healed for. How much did Aramis get healed for, by the way, Sleepo? How much did you do?
That was 14,
14.
at
That's
that
what
moment.
I thought. Okay. Right. So feeling a little bit better, Aramis, but Petra's feeling a whole lot worse. What do you want to do?
Aramis is basically going to hunker down, look this thing right in whatever eye it has, fire off focus targeting, for those of you paying attention at home. And he's going to do Flaming Disc one more time, actually 3 more times. Now I have a question for you about this because it's Flaming Disc.
Okay.
That's 3 attacks. Like I have to do 3 ranged attacks.
Right.
Focus targeting only says I get an advantage on the attack roll. So I need a ruling. Is this only on the first attack, or is this all 3 attacks?
Since it's 3 separate attacks, I'd say it's on the first one. They're not going out simultaneous. They're going out one after the other, like choo choo choo. So I would say the focus targeting would happen on the first one. That would be my ruling on it.
Like a train. Choo, choo.
Is there? Okay, I need another GM. Sort of.
Could I be wrong?
Can I use focus targeting?
Can I talk to the manager, please?
Yeah, exactly. That's great. Can I speak to your supervisor?
All right. Can I only use this once, or can I do it 3 times? Because the only limit is, according to the text as it's written, and the text that's in my character sheet is the one that's from the book. The only limitation is the amount of talent points. That
I was going to say, yeah, if you want to spend 3 talent points per, that's fine. Sure, you can use it 3 times. Dr.
Yeah.
Ruby is following along at home. Good.
No, I didn't mean to do that.
All right, so the throwing blades. No, I'm just kidding.
Oh yes.
Damn it.
All right, so let's do this. So we're gonna do this 3 times.
Okay.
An advantage. It was very exciting.
625.
Oh yeah. There you go.
Okay, yeah, for sure.
But that's not a natural 20, I don't think.
No.
That's
No.
19, damn it. I'll take a
That's
natural
a-
10,
Hey!
The 26 is a natural 20.
and I'll take an 8.
Oh.
It's not gonna do anything at all.
Yay, but the
Oh.
Tofurkey is cursed. Oh.
But you get free Frogurt.
Yeah.
But the Frogurt is also cursed.
Frogurt is also
Oh.
cursed. Okay, so 6, which is double to 12. Okay. But that's only the beginning. Then max damage. So what would it normally do? What would be your...
You would do 2d6 plus 3, so that's 15.
Okay, so 15, which is doubled to 30. So that is a lot. Just like explodes into the middle of this thing. It is not, I mean,
Ouch.
yeah, it's real unhappy with you now, Aramis. And it's like
Oh, no,
there's
the
lots
stuff.
of pieces of it falling off now, lots of ice hitting the ground.
Did you, Johnny? Did you get popcorn?
That's right. So,
Aramis got popcorn. He's like
My-
throwing discs and eating popcorn.
Yeah.
my partner, Dr. Rubik's, got me some popcorn because there's a place that one of the theaters actually does. They do 4 to 7 Fridays and Saturdays where they will serve their concession food at reduced prices because they're still trying to make some money and get rid of their stock. So,
Right.
So she brought me popcorn. It's really great. She's sitting next to me, although you can't see her because the cat background is really kind of managing that.
Cat is always sitting
That
next to
is
you apparently
amazing.
these
That
days.
cat is always behind
Yeah,
you.
yeah.
Because I remember I was like, I said popcorn, and then you're like, huh. Popcorn sounds good.
Oh, so here's the things.
Let me
I knew
summon
popcorn
some
was
from a
coming
movie
from you
theater
already.
because I live in Cali. Yeah, sorry, go ahead.
Yeah.
Sorry, what were we doing?
Okay, so that was right. So Aramis, you said, now how many talent points are you? You've used up a fair bit by now, right, Aramis, on these?
I just used up 18. I'm now down to 20.
Oh my God! Everyone's like, oh, we need to level up. I've only got 38 talent points to play.
Are you kidding me? It took me forever to get.
This is
to
like half a fight. This is half a fight.
level 8.
I
At
knew that was
level
going to
9,
get that
only
reaction.
need
I did that on
like
purpose.
3 more.
Moving right
I need
along.
to get to 10.
Are you staying where you are? Are you staying where you are, Aramis? Eating your popcorn by
Yes,
the wall.
and immediately look over to Kaz and yell, "Finish him!"
Finish him. All right. Speaking of Kaz, it's your turn.
When Aramis gives that command, it activates the secret coding in my and
Tell me more.
yes, I will.
Oh, jeez.
Okay.
I am the master.
All right. I look over at Sleepwell. Does Sleepwell have the determined face of one who is going to heal their ally?
Oh my gosh. There is so much healing emanating from me. You can smell it. I smell like ozone and love.
Oh,
That is
should
what
be on a
healing smells
shirt.
like, I hear.
Okay. In that case. All right. So, can I be in a world where I am 40 feet from this creature? The reason why I keep asking this is my super big bad sniper rifle has a minimum range of 40 feet. But I understand that this room is very tiny.
Correct. It is unfortunate that it has made your sniper somewhat less effective in this particular battle. These are
So
true
no.
facts.
Okay.
You could just, run onto the hostile surface of the planet and fire down into the hole. I mean, I don't see what could go
That's
wrong
true. That's very true. No, I'm just kidding.
there. I
no,
will accept
I
being frozen to death in 2
do
rounds.
not
That
like
is
that
the
idea. That's not convenient. I will.
In a world of Twitch streamers. Yeah, exactly.
Yes. Okay. So I'm about 35 feet from it. Okay.
Maybe a
I could
little
get-
less because it moved in. Maybe 30, say. I would say.
Sure.
Kaz, probably.
Okay.
Where's your black hole gun? I think we need your black hole gun.
Black hole gun
Whoa.
got destroyed when fighting the long winter. Black hole gun.
Black
All right.
hole gun.
I know exactly what I'm gonna do then. I will move 25 feet up to it. That's my maximum movement for
Okay.
for as big and as tall as I am. Never get over Belari having less movement than other people.
Yeah, you're
Whatever.
too, blissed out all the time. Like just
Yeah.
end
Mhm.
stars.
Mhm.
All right, you head right towards it.
Head
Okay.
right towards it. So that means I'm 5 feet away from it, or right up to it. I forget how
Let me see, 35
this
feet.
works. You said I was 30 feet.
Oh, sorry, 30 feet.
And I
you
just
moved
moved up
25. Yes, you'd be
25
within 5 feet.
feet,
Yep. You'd be within 5
Okay.
feet.
So I'm right next to it.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, especially because it's large too. All right. Okay, that's my movement. I just, I backed up as far as I could go, engaged the sniper, and then just looking over, see Petra fall down. I'm like, fine. And I run right towards it and draw. I draw in one hand a shield that I have.
Okay.
I think a carbon fiber shield.
Right.
And in the other hand, I have I'll pull out the energy shiv, my trusty energy shiv.
Ah,
Oh
yes.
yeah.
The energy
time to
shift.
time.
Nice.
And,
Time has come.
I'm
for
there,
shiv.
and I'm gonna go ahead and go for 2 attacks. Now, let's see. Yeah, let's do it.
Shiv, shiv.
And let's go.
I can see that live.
And I still have impact drive up. So if these hit, then that's going to proc. So
Okay.
I will say when that happens. All right. the arm pistol, is that a pistol that is in my arm, or is that a
Yeah, I always thought of
Yeah,
it. Yeah,
it comes out of your sleeve, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
would
basically.
would I be able to, because I have a feat called Speed Shot, and it says if I attack with a one-handed weapon, I can shoot with a pistol as a bonus action. But the only question here is I have the shield. So would it be fair to shiv and then bonus action pistol shot from the same arm?
It would be cool.
I mean, yeah, I
it'd be
know.
cool as hell. Here's what I'll say. Yes, but you're going to get disadvantage on that gun attack because you're in melee range. You're in 5 feet. So
Well,
yes.
no. I mean, to be speed shot, the other part of it.
Oh,
No, no, DM.
Actually, no,
No,
because
DM.
speed shot
sir.
means that you
Speed shot
destroy
says-
creatures on foreign planets.
No,
or hostile
but it
planets.
does say the speed shot has 3 properties. It has, if you attack with a one-handed weapon, you can pistol as a bonus action.
All right.
Second property is you ignore reloading,
Okay.
which is like normally you have to use an action or things like that.
Right.
The third property is you have no disadvantage within 5 feet of a target.
All right. Well, then you don't have disadvantage then.
Hey, all right, cool. So yeah, I will charge up to it with the shiv and the shield, and I'll go for stab, and then this little comes out. And
Pew! Okay.
Iron
all right.
Man, shoot at it. All right.
That's it.
And these, no advantage, no anything.
Yeah. To
Just
make this
straight,
work,
so-
you need to use the line "Make a move, reindeer games," even though that doesn't make sense in this context. You gotta do that.
All right, so here's for the first shiv.
Aramis
That's a
will make
9.
it.
Yeah. mhm.
9 is not gonna get it done. I'm sorry
That's
to say.
for
Shiv is a miss.
first part of the attack action. Next shiv is a nat 1. Yeah.
That is
mhm.
you shiv yourself. No, I'm just kidding.
I don't think I have any other. Yeah. Okay. Otherwise, impact drive. I'm still focusing on, but it hasn't hit yet. So here's the pistol, which I have a specialization in range, so the bonus is slightly higher, and that's another.
Oh
nat.
my goodness. Oh,
Oh.
miss,
Wow.
and miss.
I'm just like.
Wow.
So you're all Captain America, but then you
Oh,
end up just
gosh.
banging the counter a bunch of
Yeah.
times. I could do this all day.
I shoot the corpse of the Carpasson or something, like totally miss.
Yeah, what the actual crap is a good
Okay.
way to put that, Shadow. That was 3 nat 1. No, there was
2 nat
No.
ones.
2 nat 1s.
It was a 4 and then 2 ones. Yeah.
It was a really
Close enough.
Sadly, those are
Okay.
all misses, and the creature
Yep.
just looks at you and is like, you know, deeply disappointed. in you.
Not as disappointed
Alfred says,
as I am in myself.
you'll do better next time. As he's like
I
looking over
will,
his shoulder.
I will. That's all I've got. That's my action and bonus. Still got impact drive, but I am right up in front of it, and I miss both, and then I'm look up at it, and I just bang the shiv against the shield and say, "Come on."
That was just the beginning.
Think you can? Yeah. Think
This
you can
is
mess with me?
Sparta!
Those were all warnings. Those were all warnings.
I just had this image of him like Leonidas at the edge of the pit, but he misses the kick. Like, just this is Sparta. Like, whoops. He's like, there's another one coming. Oh god. Anyway, after that eventful round, just slow clap, Mitsueman. After that eventful round, Sleepwell is up next. Sleepwell, I'm sure you generously did not see quite what happened there, and you were.
Yeah,
you were
no,
up.
I was too busy, radiating ozone and love. So
Yes.
here's what I'm going to do.
Okay.
And the order matters here. So the first thing I'm going to do is use my rig expansion rejuvenation power. So basically, once per long rest, I can heal creatures that I like, basically 8 points of damage per level. Or I'm sorry, 5 points of damage per level, and I'm 8th level, so 40 points. I can only raise their hit point level to half their maximum, but I can distribute the points however I want.
Okay.
So
now
basically,
the question becomes, does Sleepwell like us?
Seriously.
He heals the creature. God damn.
right, exactly.
This is the
Just
turning
find
point.
Aramis, and it's like, yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
He gets a 1 point. Dink. Like, it's like
So here's how I'm spreading the points. I am maxing out the maximum number of points that I can give Petra. I
Okay.
think she has like 66 or 68 hit points, but
65.
like whatever the max is, there'll be like 38 or 33 or 34.
Yeah,
I'm
so
giving to
33.
her. I'm going to give the remainder to Aramis, and if I happen to max out his, then the remainder will go into Snow Bunny number 1.
Okay, so a couple things. First of all, did you say this is ranged or touch?
This is just a 30-foot range. 30-foot radius.
range. Okay, so here's the thing. You're not going to be able... Aramis is, by his own admission, like through the wall, like as far back as he can conceivably get, and Petra is literally on top of the creature. So I don't think you're going to be able to get both of them. I think you could absolutely get Kaz, although Kaz is not hurt.
Well, it's a radius around me, so 30 feet from me
okay,
radius.
No, you're right,
so-
right, because you could go halfway in between. Yeah, that's fine then. Yes, that's fine. I was thinking radius from Petra. Okay, that's fine. Then yes. So, okay. So that means you're going to be able to do 33 points. How many points of this? You said 40 you have?
Yeah, 40 total. So
33
So
to
half
Petra.
of yeah. So
Okay.
she's 66. So 33, and then the remaining 7 to Aramis, as long as that doesn't put him above half.
It does not. It would bring him to 38.
Okay.
Oh, wait. So you can't go higher. So they're already at half. Then it wouldn't do anything? Or...
Yeah. Basically, if they're at half, it doesn't help them. But
So it's not
if I
gonna
can't
help
heal him, then I want to heal a Snow Bunny.
Okay. Do you want to heal? So we've got one destroyed Snow Bunny, one Snow Bunny that's frozen on the back, and I think 2 other Snow Bunnies, if I'm not mistaken.
That's right.
Okay. So which do you want to heal? The
So
frozen
basically, I want to heal all of them, because if Aramis took no points, then basically I can heal each of them 1 point, because
you have
that puts
7
them
points
each at
total,
7.
right? Okay. So
Yeah,
you can heal
that
each
puts-
of them one. Okay.
Yeah, I can heal each of them 1 point, and then the rest just I lose.
Okay, so they are now, if I understand this correctly, at 8 and 8 hit points.
No, they're all at 7, 7, and 7. They took 7, they're at 13, so they went down to 6.
Oh, they went down to 6. Okay, right.
But now putting them at 7 each puts them over the halfway point.
Okay, so they're now all at 7. Lovely. Okay. Yep, you can do all of that. And
So that was
Yep.
Yeah, Petra's at 33 now.
Okay. That's good stuff. Where do you want to move?
Well, that was just the action. So as a bonus action, I'm going to have the medical droid go over to Petra and heal her more.
Ah, okay. All right.
So
Very
that
nice.
is the 2d6 plus 8. So that heals her another 12. Not
All
a great
right.
roll, actually.
Petra still has not experienced the unique joy of having to make death saves. This Petra's just on the ground and it's, like suddenly you're there. Okay, so that was your bonus action. Now you can
Right.
move. So-
Now I am going to get as far freaking away from the thing as I can.
Okay, so you're going to back all the way up. Petra, it means it's your turn. Now you were prone because you were fallen over, and so you wake feeling actually not terrible, but this creature is still above you, raging and ravening.
I'm
and all
right
that.
next to you.
And you're right next to it. Yes.
So, to get unprone, does that take all of my attacks?
No, you can take. It would take all of your move to stand. So you could take all of your move to
Oh,
stand
my
up,
move. Oh, well.
but
no
you can
problem.
still
I
have
don't
your action.
plan
You're like,
on
yeah,
moving.
whatever. Like, I mean, yeah.
Well, then I'm going to stand up and kind of
That's it.
just shake myself and then, here we go again. And
You. Oh,
hit
never mind.
with the hammer.
It's still burning, right?
It is. That's on its turn, but yes, it is still burning.
Yeah. Cool.
There's a
Does it
hit.
23
Yep.
hit?
Definitely.
Do it again.
It's so I'm going to roll damage first. Or should I roll again? roll.
Go ahead and roll damage on that. Now, did you have to like reinitiate that flame thing when you went down on your hammer? I mean,
Say
Like,
flame
You
on.
know, it was concentration, so actually
Yeah.
I think it might be out.
yeah, it'd be out at that point. So then that would mean that this would just be a normal hit, not with
Yes.
fire. Okay.
Add your strength bonus.
Yes.
It had my strength bonus.
I had a friend once who told me, this did not happen in a campaign of mine, but told me that a player argued that even though they were unconscious, they should be able to maintain concentration.
Oh
And
dear.
he's like, he's like, listen, there are many times when I come through a dream and I remember all of it. He's like, that's not That's not what that. That's not what that means.
6 points with the first blow.
Okay. Did you get? Okay.
Yeah.
And then does a natural 20 hit with
Yeah.
Oh my God.
She says 6. Okay, so 6 will definitely hit it. Yeah, 6 points taken off. Yes, that max damage there, which coming from you is scary.
that's 8 plus 3.
Oh.
Okay.
Yeah.
Is 11.
And 11 as well. Okay. Is that? Okay. Yeah. Right. So
17.
11. Okay. So it is looking pretty messed up now. Lots of ice falling off. Doesn't look quite as fully formed as a creature as it was. And so it is there. And I assume you're staying. You can't move away from it. So you are going to be right
I can't
there.
move away.
At the beginning of its round, it's going to have to make. This time, it does make its con save. So that means that its flaming does go away.
Oh well.
Which is only unfortunate insofar as that means it gets to make an attack now. Let's see, what is it going to do? It's really, really upset with Aramis, but it's also really displeased with Petra. It is not particularly concerned with Kaz, which it's not sure exists.
I'm so threatening.
Look at my shield. So I think it's going to attack Petra again. And again, sting, the ice spike comes out. And it is going to attack 3 times.
3
Miss.
times.
Miss.
Oh, what?
Let's see, 24,
Come on.
11, and 26.
Oh my
The
god.
11 misses.
Okay, so those other 2 are going to hit. So let's see.
Thank God for that new armor that Petra has.
Yeah. Okay. That is going to be a total of, this time, 27 points. That time is done.
Wow.
Total?
27 total of piercing
It's
damage.
total.
Yes. Total. That is correct.
Okay.
Which means that you're not dead.
Making
again.
sure before it was like 27, and I go, oh, I'm still up. And he's like, well, but then another.
And also 700 more. You know, no.
Oh wait, you're still up? Yeah, there's
No.
a special
Nope.
necrotic damage.
Nope.
I'm sure that's not the impression Greg wants me to be getting, even if I am.
Certainly not. That is certainly the case. I do not want that at all. So no, yeah. So it just hits you the 2 times with the ice spike, which you'd think would be enough. I mean, right after it does this, though, so it hits you with the ice spike, and then it sort of looks threateningly. I mean, the way that it's been all along, and then it goes, and it seems to collapse into a puddle on the ground, and you now see that this puddle is oozing along the ground, like still kind of moving. It hasn't moved away from you, but it is now a flat, very large, icy, snowy puddle.
Okay.
Get the with
Yeah,
that.
and it is like move. It's kind of, and you can even see it rippling on the ground. Also, the hum that I mentioned is getting very pronounced now. That mechanical hum that was in the room.
As a free action, can we say, Alfred, what exactly are you doing?
I'm going to fix it revenge-wise forever.
Exactly. What?
Just don't get too close to it, I think. That's going to lead us back up to Aramis. He's literally eating popcorn. Wow, that's a fascinating fight.
As a bonus action or a free action, can I make either an insight or a xenology check, a xenobiology check,
For what purpose?
to understand
What just happened?
whether the attack, so flame attacks will have a continued effect, or does Kaz help me have that information since he scanned the damn thing?
Well, the vulnerability, yeah, you don't know whether in a different form the vulnerabilities would be affected or not, or what even this is. This could be preparation for another big attack or something that you haven't seen yet. I mean, you don't honestly know.
Right. I'm
yeah.
assuming that Kaz's scan, though, can help with that.
No,
You're trying to determine if it went into puddle form because it was burning?
No,
your
the
question?
idea that it would still be vulnerable to fire in puddle form, I think, is what Aramis is asking. If
Exactly.
I've got it, yeah.
Oh,
Yeah, it's not. I mean, it's
Yeah.
not clear, but the best guess is probably. It's still likely to be affected by the same kinds of things. It still looks icy and snowy there. The one problem, though, there is one issue, Aramis, which is that it is now essentially prone, or effectively prone, which means that you are going to be attacking it at disadvantage if you're doing so from range.
You know, that because
I didn't catch any of
Playing
that.
this
The
again.
creature causes your internet to wink out, and I don't hear anything
well, my internet has been giving me a lot of hard
Sorry,
time.
what
You're
did
also-
I didn't hear that. Say it
Oh,
again.
okay.
yeah.
I just got the internet unstable part.
Yeah.
Try again.
All right, so that's great. So what I'm going to do is,
We can hear you so far.
all right. Okay, good. Flaming discs one more time.
Yep.
All with focus targeting. Going to take it with a disadvantage.
Meaning that it'll so it'll just be a straight roll. It'll be a straight attack at that point. Okay.
It'll be a straight attack at that particular
Okay.
point. Although, if you allow me, I'll double up. I still have enough points to be able to double up on the focus targeting and get my advantage back. But I mean,
to double. I don't think you can
Can
be
I
double
double
like
dip?
super focused. Like it's like overnight. It's the anime focus targeting. Like, I don't think it works that way.
Yeah. Inner monologue.
I'm going to do these one at a time, though. First attack.
Yeah. Looks like we got 19. 19 will hit.
Yes.
19 will hit.
How about 9 points of damage?
9.
All right, so we are
So
looking at
18.
Okay, so it hits it and it sizzles, and I don't know how to describe this part. It looks like it's kind of like fizzing, like the surface of the water is almost steaming, is what it would look like to you, basically.
Okay.
Seems promising.
Second attack. All right. There we go. How
Wow.
about 22?
That would also be a hit.
How about 20 points of damage?
Dang.
Yeah. So when you hit it this time, it fizzes and it sort of like, and it burns and fizzes and it begins to do this weird thing where it starts to grow and then recede again. So it's like starts coming back up into this creature and then falls down and then comes back up again and then falls down. And then Alfred says, "Right, you've done it now. Now stand clear, everyone." And then the hum just and this coming from the room basically that has that energy thing, the energy beam that you can see, there is a panel that opens right above the window, and coming out of it is what looks essentially like looks almost like a cutting laser, might be the way to describe it. At least the sort of the gun for a cutting laser. And then this bright orange beam, looking just like the energy outside, cuts through. Petra comes within about an inch of you and hits the water, the sort of creature that's becoming water and going up and down again, and just like ice and it's just like roaring and groaning. And then there is this and this huge explosion, and flaming bits of ice and like stuff go basically everywhere. Land on the windows, on all of you, on Prasan, and so on. And then there is a silence, or at least a momentary silence, as this creature is no longer with us. And Alfred says, Yes, that's what you get for being not a good thing and for killing Dr. Prasan. You've been fixed. He says. And the hum, you notice, has not stopped. And he looks up and he says, oh dear. And you see that the laser gun thing is beginning to smoke at its end. The laser beam is, as it's coming out of it, the smoke is beginning to smoke around the gun. And Alfred says, this might be bad.
Let's
and it's
go.
getting
Right. I immediately say, Petra, pick up Dr. Prasan.
Okay, sorry, you're muted, Kat.
Kat.
Done. Let's go.
Okay, so you pick him up. He still feels very cold and, just stiff. He's dead. But you pick him up and put him over your shoulder, and he hangs there stiffly. And the hum is now getting almost unbearable. And now also, one of you is able to take, if you want, the little cred stick-looking thing that he had in his hand now that the stuff is off it.
Yeah,
So,
I thought I already had. Oh no, I
no,
thought
he touched it.
Yeah.
Remember, then all this happened, basically. So he
Right,
was still holding
okay.
it. So you can
Grab
take
it
it now
and
if you want
pass it to
well.
sleep well.
Okay. So you have that. The hum is getting crazy go nuts now.
I calm the
Oh.
hyperlance if that's possible.
You do what? I'm
And
sorry?
I communicate to the hyperlance or use our forget what they're called.
communicators.
Yes, they used to have. There was a name, but it's not in my inventory. Anyway, yes, and say, we need to get going now. Please get ready. Thank you, Rona. Thank you. Let's go.
And you hear, what the hell? Go down. Like bad static from,
Mhm. And we got down here by dropping a ATV kind of vehicle.
No, I
That's
think you landed I think what you did, correct me if I'm wrong, is I think you landed the hyperlance right on it, barely.
Yeah,
I believe is
but
what
then
happened.
getting from the hyperlance to the entrance.
That's true. Then you started doing the ATV thing, yes. So
Okay.
you could go up and like try to get in the ATV and then, get back. All these things
Drive
will take
on.
some time, so you just have to measure the time involved, basically.
Yeah. Well, I don't think.
I
we
mean,
have
we're clearly
another
all
choice.
running towards there. We're gonna try to,
Yeah.
get the ATV back into the ship and all that stuff.
Okay. So
We could just
so
drive
you
it on, maybe.
Yeah.
So the door opens, and like, the wind blows in from the outside of the planet, sounding like that. And the wind blows in from the outside, and you're like trying to pull your way, through. It's hard to see, but you do manage to get over to the ATV, and you get into it. And Kaz, as who's driving it, by the way? Who's driving the ATV?
The captain, of course.
Sure.
Petra is. So Petra, when
While
you,
holding the body of Mikarpus.
right,
Yeah.
like with one hand.
It's like a weekend at Bernie's situation here.
So when you
Um,
fire the thing up to start
yeah.
driving, Petra, as you start it, there's something seems to be holding the ATV in place, and as you look down, all of you, as you sort of look out the windows of the ATV, you can see that there is some kind of liquidy goo that's beginning to form around the tires, and you see multiple creatures of the type that you just had beginning to suck around the tires. You can see their faces beginning to form in the pools. And Alfred
And-
says, that seems very bad.
There's no way
Abandoned-
to make
Yeah.
flame come out of the ATV in any way that I might possibly be overlooking.
You might be able to floor it, yes. Like if you want to do that. What I'll say is if you floor it, you might do that. The issue is that it might be hard to stop once you start it, and the hyperlance is on the other end of this. But you can probably floor it, and maybe that'll break you free.
Fuck it, I'm flooring it.
Are we in a perfect world? Would we be getting in this ATV and then we're driving towards the hyperlance, and the hyperlance's ramp is lowering down, and we
Right.
like manage to drive
Exactly.
up at the right time?
That's the
Okay.
theory, yeah. That's
Okay.
the theory. And that is exactly, so when you floor it, I believe effing floor it was Petra's claim, you just like, which I think is
Okay,
appropriate. This thing, so you, and there's this sort of, inside the cockpit, there's this faint smell of, sort of ozone and love. No, I'm kidding. Ozone and rubber. And just like
Ever
breaks
present.
free. These creatures, and you actually, Petra, see just for a moment in the back rear vid, this sort of flying image of a couple of like piles of ice flying up there somewhere. And as it's going at full speed towards the hyperlance. Now, the ramp is descending at the same time as you're coming towards it. So basically what it looks like is you have two options, Petra. You can either try to stop and slow down and then go up the ramp when it's fully descended, or you're going to have to try to floor it and basically kind of essentially jump onto the ramp, basically, are the two options. The second one is harder, but you don't know if you have the time to do the first one. So I'm giving you your choice. Do you want to try to slow down, which is the safer option, or be like, we're bad out of hell,
Or
you know?
you could do some pro driver moves and like spin the ATV several times to slow it down and back into the Hyperlance.
Oh yeah, Tokyo Drift that shit.
Yeah, Tokyo
I like
Drift it
that.
in.
I think that
Yeah,
something you do on dry pavement sounds totally viable for an ice planet.
But you know, we're slipping and sliding.
Drift. Yeah. I think I'm gonna go for option 2,
Okay.
which is flooring it and trying to do what we need to do.
All right. I am going to ask you to make, and Chad, I would remind everybody that inspirations are a thing. I am going to ask you to make. Give me a second. I have to find.
I think this should be a charisma check.
It's totally astrophysics.
No, I think actually
Perception.
Mechanics.
what this is. Where's my starship? There we go.
Insight.
Insight.
Medicine.
Yes. No. None of these-
Xenobiology.
None of
Yeehaw!
Let's just name all the skills.
None of these things are true.
Not
well,
slight.
Actually,
This is the. I'll tell you exactly what this is.
It's a dexterity check.
there's a
right?
space vehicle's proficiency.
But she doesn't have it. I don't believe. But what I was going to use, and Prince Justin has inspired Petra for this badass
Yay.
thing we're about to get. Thank you, Prince Justin, officer and a gentleman. Is I think what this is a pilot maneuver. And so what this is
Ooh.
going to be is a piloting maneuver. Now the way the piloting works. Now here. So here's the good news. It's a piloting maneuver. Here's the bad news. Quote, piloting maneuver is D20 plus your proficiency score plus your dexterity bonus.
So if I don't, but I don't even see piloting as a proficiency.
This right. So the proficiency score would basically be you can get sort of proficiencies in these later on. This is basically for ship combat, which we've done a couple of times in here. But I view this essentially as what is essentially a full thrust. And so you're going to be doing this against a particular DC. And the DC is 14. So there are ranges of success and failure. So missing it slightly is going to be a little different than missing it by a lot. So that's what I would
So
say.
I'm rolling basically it's a D20 minus my, since I have no proficiency, it's minus the deck, so it's D20 minus 2.
-2, but done at advantage though.
But your proficiency bonus, isn't that the
Right.
thing isn't that +3 for all of us at level 8?
Yeah, actually, you know what? It's not even.
I don't
Yeah,
have
that's right. It's
proficiency.
general proficiency. That's right. So so yes, I would say.
So it's a +1
It
roll,
would be.
yeah.
It would be +1 total. Yeah. So it's D20 +1.
Oh, I like that much better. Okay. Alright, so for the first one, is a 15.
15. All right. Oh boy. Let's take the 15, right? You floor it, and you sort of like, and then hit this little ice, basically outcropping, essentially right near it. And you hit it, and the ATV goes on a slight angle. Any of you who have ever played Mass Effect will know this happens to the Mako all the freaking time.
All the time.
So you go like this, and the door opens, and you literally bang, like everyone inside out from, oh dear, you know, like as you bang onto the ramp, and then, you know, up this, and then Rona, you hear down now without static. What the frell are you doing down there? You trying to ruin this ship? It says over the speaker.
We didn't have a lot of time, Rona.
What are we doing?
Up!
Get ready to go.
Okay,
Oh.
so the ramp begins to close. You feel the powerful engines of the Hyperlance lift and pull, and it begins to. And as you're going, you can also all see that the energy beam that was waving is beginning to wave more and more precipitously, like as if it's no longer quite so like this. And as you pilot away at top speed, there is this, and the lab blows the hell up. And the beam immediately just and basically winks out like all along the beam as if it were being extinguished, like watching a fuse go out with water all the way up. So you're sort of, you see that happen in the background, and Rona says, all crew, hold on, all crew, and then you're hit by shockwaves as this thing just, slams you left and right. The hyperlance, moves left, moves right. Alfred is, oh goodness, oh my goodness. But then stabilizes as you make it out of the atmosphere. Fortunately, the entire planet doesn't blow up, just the lab. And you make it out above the planet, circling it, orbiting it normally. And we are now out of initiative. There is a moment where everything pauses, and Alfred looks at all of you and just sort of stops and then says, well, was that a criminal maneuver that we did?
That was an experience. What do you think you learned from it?
And sort of Alfred, well, does this always happen here?
Yes.
Yes.
Sometimes.
Looks at all of you and like,
You'll get used to it.
Alfred, but what I would say is next time you see Aramis winning a fight, don't press the self-destruct button. Okay, buddy?
It wasn't the self-destruct button. No, that was a focused laser. Dr. Pressan said it could be used in case of emergency. It was designed to, affect certain large threats. I simply had to reroute it because you see, normally it's designed to fire out of the building instead of into the building.
It's all right.
Aramis does a thorough check outside of the ATV vehicle to make sure that we have no little icy friends joining us.
Yes, you do not have any icy friends, but you have a hell of a lot of damage on the ATV. And in fact, on the inside of the cargo bay where you landed, there's like score marks along the ground. And Petra, you're pretty sure that there's one long score mark where basically it kind of slid into the open doorway along its edge, and all that. The ATV looks pretty messed up. Also, one of the tires is blown, presumably the one that one of the creatures was trying to hold in place. And Alfred, looking at, sort of getting out and looking at it, and says, oh, beastly, terrible things. It was those things that killed Dr. Presson, and unfortunately I couldn't do anything to stop them. But you see, he didn't program me for fighting. I felt useless. And I wasn't going to do that again.
You're going to be full of uses now when it comes to saving the universe. Remember, we're the revenge fixers.
Yes. We perhaps fixed some revenge, did we?
We did. We fixed them good.
Now you still have the stiff body of
yes, we do.
Dr. Preston in there.
And one of the reasons I wanted to find out is I want to see how long has he been dead, since the body seems fairly preserved and stuff. Does it seem like, I don't know, a couple years or a couple days?
You would say at least a couple of months, if not a couple of years. Sleep well. It was preserved, but it looks like it was actually preserved by the ice that covered it, that almost sort of kept it frozen as if it were trapped in amber. But
so whatever that thing was, I just want to say that thing is exceedingly creepy. It kills the dude, but it doesn't eat the dude or anything. It just coats the dude.
Do you know what it's literally called? It's literally called a creeper. I'm not making that up. It's literally called a creeper.
I mean, well, you played it to a T, because that thing is freaking creepy.
Yeah.
It's I killed the thing, now I'm gonna be the thing's coat.
He's
what a strange thing.
Alfred nods and says, yes, when we first came under attack from the things, Dr. Preston said that there were many, many of them all over the planet, and they would exist by digesting any organic life matter. But he said that they were designed, once they had attacked and killed, to stay dormant on what was left of the creature. They could subsist in this way for possibly decades or longer. And so the creatures who came to this planet, those who survived and came down here, even if the wind and snow and ice didn't get them. He shook his head. These things did. I didn't realize, though, that there was one still on him. I had touched him before, and it hadn't reacted that way. There was something different. And then he kind of looked up, and he says, Wait, you said Espers. I saw you all. You all have Esper power, yes?
Yeah.
We do.
That was it, then. That must have been what triggered them. Esper. They sensed it.
The good news is we're free of there now, and now that we're free, we can start doing some of the good work we need to. We have a couple of different missions, but one of them I'll want to show you very soon on is the other Alfred we have.
Oh, yes. I must do what I can to help that Alfred, if I can.
So,
Sleep well.
yes.
Can you properly care for the doctor? Put him in stasis, ice, whatever.
I want to put him in stasis. There may be opportunities at some point that we could take advantage of. And
He
I'm
also
sort of
deserves
being
a proper
coy here because I know we're in the presence of Alfred. I'm sorry, say that again?
He also deserves a proper burial, and his daughter deserves the burial.
Yeah, that's just what I was thinking.
Good job, Sleepwell.
Good job, Petra, on the driving.
At
Great.
this,
Yeah!
as you're all talking this way, zoom, the door to the cargo bay opens, and standing there, looking very, very displeased, is Rona. And Rona says, What the frell do you think you're doing? What happened down there? We could have been knocked off and destroyed.
I'm gonna cut her off and go. I have this corpse. Where do you think we should put it?
What? And she sort of stares. What? Who?
You're right. We'll go there. And I start march past her.
She sort of babbles incoherently, like.
That is
and Alfred, as Alfred goes by, he says, "Hello."
I say to Rona, that was the creator of the Hyperlance. And this is the closest thing we have to him. Gesturing at Alfred.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
And Alfred says, yes, that's right. Hello. Are you a mega corporation too? And or an Alfred maybe. And she looks up at you, Kaz, like,
we had to do what we had to do to communicate. It understands us. Isn't that right, Alfred? You understand?
Yes, absolutely. And the value of fixing things for revenge.
Did your master make? Do you know if did he make the Hyperlance? Is that in
Yes.
your files?
Oh yes,
We're here. We have it.
Dr. Prasan made it. That's true. This is his. Yes.
Kind of your home in a weird way.
He kind of looks around. It's strange. I don't know if any of you know what it's like to... Well, if you have things that would be known as family or parents, imagine if they told you of a home, and you always wanted to be there, but you'd never actually been in this home. That is what it feels like, I think.
Alfred, why don't you go to explore your home?
Yeah.
Yes, thank you. I will.
Don't activate or press any buttons, though.
At least not without talking to one of us.
I will certainly do so right before pushing any buttons. And
No.
You can enter rooms.
so
but other than that,
all right. And Alfred, here we go.
he's that big.
He's that large, no. And Alfred turns and departs. And so the minute he leaves, Rona sort of looks at you, Kaz, and Petra, I know you're already gone at this point. Where are you bringing the body of Dr. Prasan, theoretically?
I want to put it somewhere kind of a reasonable place to put a body. Mainly, I want to get rid of it. I'm not particularly fond of carrying bodies around.
Yeah, I
and
can
don't
imagine.
understand why I'm the one that has to do it. So let's just dump it somewhere that
Maybe med
Medical
bay
bay?
or something? Like, seems like, would you put
unholy
it?
things.
Yeah, would you put it like in
Galley's
a med
good
bay?
place
Med
for
bay.
bodies.
Do you have a med bay?
Oh, sure. The Hyperlance has one that
Yeah.
Sleepwell spent a lot of his time there.
That's like the most logical place.
Okay, so you're able to put that there. Aramis and Sleepwell and Kaz, you're still there with Rona, presumably, with Alfred having now left. Rona turns to all of you and she says, "All right, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to overreact, but that planet was... I've never seen conditions like that. But are you sure it's all right to let him... that..." He sort of points over his shoulder. "Wander around? I thought we weren't supposed to activate any of them. And what is he? Is he another Alfred?"
He's another Alfred, but I don't think there's anything to worry about with him. He's the one who's going to be saving us.
And everything that makes him dangerous is on that chip right there in Sleepwell's hand.
I think it's a little bit more complicated than that, but right now,
Yeah.
taking him, not letting him look at his home, which he identified himself, would be worse than keeping him, would be worse than doing anything else that we could do. He needs to be able to feel like he can trust us.
And
that
then,
happens.
at this point, Sleepwell looks over and is like, huh, that is a breath of fresh air coming from you.
Don't get used to it, Sleepwell. We're not going to agree all this often.
Where do the four... Once you do that, Rona goes to tend to the engines and sort of, shaking her head and muttering about the condition of the ATV.
Yeah.
What are the rest of you doing besides Petra? I'll come to Petra in a moment, but what are
I'm
the
going to
other-
drag Aramis to medbay so that I can treat his wounds. And, while I drag him, I'm going to be saying to Petra, stay there at medbay so I can, finish patching you up.
Okay. What about you, Kaz?
I'll talk to Rona for a bit.
Okay. I'm going to do that, then I'll cut to the med bay. So Rona, waits until Sleepwell departs, heading to the medical bay. And Rona sort of, again, like looking at the...
What's wrong?
Well, and she sort of gestures. "Look at this thing. I mean," points at the tire. "Where am I going to get some replacement for this? How do I even fix these things in space this way?"
It's fine. I mean,
"It's not
That's,
fine." And she turns to you. "Kaz, listen, this is fine for all of you. Maybe. You all have these powers. You have these abilities. You're able to do these things that most of the crew and I can only marvel at. But the rest of us, we're just normal creatures here, Just normal people, normal beings in this world, in this universe. And you go to these places, land on labs and ice planets, and deal with whatever the hell those things were on the tires of the ATV, and eventually, one of us is going to get hurt. Even while you're out playing hero, Kaz. Not because you meant it to happen, but because we're not you."
you're not wrong. Entirely. There are things that we can do because we have Esper powers. So you're right there. But am I right in that you were the one that landed the Hyperlance down there
I mean, a couple of lucky...
and have piloted it ever since?
A couple of lucky maneuvers.
For months? Ever since? Lucky? No. I mean, I don't claim to know exactly how Esper works, but look at me. I mean, you can't even actually look at what is me because I'm a star being in a suit. There's all sorts of weird ways the universe works, and I wouldn't be surprised if every feat of piloting and every feat of patience that you deliver onto us isn't some little spark of Esper power in you. Yes, we have things we can do, but I'm not even sure if I could have done half of what you just did. Your frustration with us is totally warranted. I honestly am surprised you're even still helping us on the ship.
And she sighs heavily and says, "It's not even frustration with you. It's... I spent much of my life early on watching other people do things, watching creatures make scientific advancements, do spectacular feats that no one else could do. And I used to wonder when I would get the chance to do something myself. But you don't just get Esper power by working hard. You're either born with it or you're not. And I guess my frustration is not about you, it's about me. All I can do is pilot, tell a few refugees, wanderers, scum and villainy to get themselves together and manage to stay on their own 2 feet long enough to do a couple of things in some ship engines, but what you
Right,
do
Rona.
every day, every week, every cycle, it doesn't feel right that you can do all of this and I can pilot a ship once in a while. That's all.
What would you do if you had powers like any of us? What would you do differently?
She shrugs. I'd do more. I'd come down and help. I'd fire rifles in point-blank range. I'd wave hammers with flames on their ends. I'd create constructs that can heal creatures from great distances. I would be able to throw flaming discs. I'd do what all of you do. I do more of what I can't do.
Well, part of the reason why I stayed here and why I wanted to talk to you originally is soon enough we're going to figure out where our next destination is. Either the Stormdark base or the idea of a crucible was mentioned. And what I'll say is, I don't think the solution to your frustration with yourself is getting those powers. There's an old Bellare saying that it's never the thing that gives you happiness, because there's always another thing after the thing that you think gives you happiness, whatever the object is, or the promotion, or the ship, or the power. Happiness is in the doing, and contentment. We, yes, went into that room and actually did all of those things you mentioned, which is kind of weird. I tried shooting a pistol at point blank range, actually absolutely missed. Like, it was laughable. The creature just stood there and shook its head. Like, it's not even a sentient creature, and it did that. It was pretty bad. And yes, Petra did have a flaming hammer. Sleepwell did heal people, and Aramis was just back there chucking fire discs. I don't even know how he does that. Like, it's a cold planet. How does he... Whatever. But we would not have even made it off of the planet if not for you. So, on one hand, I would love to do anything I can to help you get these powers. If you feel like that's going to make you feel more useful or make you feel content with yourself. But on the other hand, you don't need to do anything that we do to be powerful or to be a contributing member of anything. We would all be dead if not for you, many, 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 many times over. So from my point of view, the value of you as a person is not diminished because you can't shoot flaming discs from your hands. But if that's what you want to go after, then sure, we can take you there.
She kind of sighs and then looks down and then looks up again with a wry smile and says, "Kaz, aren't all Bellare sayings old?
I mean, yeah.
And she nods. And you didn't make that one up?
No.
And she nods again. She says, "Thank you, Kaz, for being made of star. You have quite a bit of knowledge of those of us you shine upon." And she kind of walks past you and then turns and says, "Thank you. I'm going to go gather up a few bits of light, I guess." And walks out. And that's going to allow us to cut to the medbay, where Petra, Aramis, and Sleepwell are. And what are the three of you discussing?
Stop poking me with needles.
No.
Seriously, I do not like needles. Stop poking
You
me with
do you want to die? Do you like dying? Because dying is the thing that happens that is the opposite of needle poking. That's your
Healing
choice.
happens. It's easy. I just chill and watch movies, or I read a book, or I meditate. I don't.
And
drink-
you die. My God, man. Didn't you see what happened on that battlefield? I mean, people were falling. You were in real danger. That medical bot stuck you 26 times in under a second with those needles, and you're alive. You're welcome. Now get in this hospital gown and show me your ass.
Well, I didn't realize that you. Never mind. Hermes just goes behind the screen and starts to.
And you can see Petra's over at the sink washing her hands for like the 57th time. She's laughing.
Oh.
Sorry.
End of session.
That's a wrap, everybody. Good night.
Just about, but not quite, actually.
No. So once I start poking Aramis in the arm with a needle, I say, so, Rona's point isn't exactly wrong. We should maybe be keeping an eye on the new Alfred. We don't actually know a whole heck of a lot about it, and all we know is that, what is his name? Presson is dead, and it wasn't being killed by those monsters. It wasn't being attacked or anything. Like, maybe we should be a little on our guard.
Now you're learning, Sleepwell. Sorry.
No, I agree. I'm just agreeing.
So, at that moment, I just go, Hyperlance, where is Alfred, our new Alfred, friend, now on the ship?
And it says, doo-doo-doo-doo. The Alfred unit is on the bridge.
Hyperlance, what is Alfred doing on the bridge?
Doo-doo-doo-doo. Alfred is looking at the control console.
Hyperlance, can you give us a listing of the rooms that Alfred has visited until he got to the bridge?
Doo-doo-doo-doo. Records indicate that Alfred has visited every open room and chamber, including the engine room, the airlocks, the galley, the
the arboretum,
the relief facilities, the billiards room.
The forum.
I need to interrupt. Hyperlance, do not let Alfred input anything into the command console.
Doo-doo-doo-doo.
Is that clear?
Hyperlance acknowledges, but is unable to comply, as Alfred is already wearing the control helmet.
Oh,
And
God.
that is where we will bring our session to a close.
God damn it, I knew it.
You don't know if it's bad.
Yeah,
only
that's
know
not
that it-
necessarily bad.
It's
It's
totally
just,
bad.
It's just
It's probably-
wild.
We've been
card.
playing with you for 3 years, man. It's bad.
Oh man, I just what
Deck of many
man. I'm
things,
just
Lois.
first of all, I'm going to say in general that's an incredible session, but I also just want to highlight the cut from Kaz and Rona to Aramis with the
Yes.
absolutely beautiful "Stop poking with needles."
Yes.
No, oh my God, with Petra like cracking up at the
Absolute.
sink.
Yep.
So good, like oh
Yep.
my God.
Could not have
I
written it
loved it,
better.
and it was, and you all handled a. I mean, that was a difficult creature. Oh, and I didn't
Yeah.
mention this, but since you were all so impatient, my plan had always been that when you defeated this creature, you would be leveling to level 9. So you did it already. So
But
it's
now
funny
we're
now, but see,
not.
now I was like, I shouldn't do it because they're gonna think I did it because no. But you are now to level 9. So
So about that
Yay.
level 10,
be careful,
Wasting
Aramis. The
literally
next
not a
creeper
second.
comes for you. All right.
Uh,
Yeah, and that
Nice.
creature, by the
Well,
way,
that-
I love playing that creature because that thing is
Yeah.
nasty. Like,
Oh my
and I-
god, it has like dragon. It was like a white
Yes.
dragon.
yeah. And the thing is,
Bring
it
it
was
on.
not only nasty, but it was just it's one of the things I think Esper Genesis does really well. Is it's just beautifully.
Beautiful.
It just fits the like this is what you would expect to see on a hostile planet, like it's some cross of like the Thing and like that just multiple aspects of it that I really loved, and the way you all handled it I think was good too, because you were in a rough spot. Cause like for example your sniper ability was obviously nerfed because you were in this not very big room, so you had to think of alternatives, and so it was a lot of fun seeing that combat. Also I really enjoyed playing Alfred bantering off of all of you. You were all cracking me up because it was just, it was really great. The like, are we this? Aramis, I don't think we're really this. Sleepo, what are you doing? I see you all argue with each other. Like it was just visually, it was really great. I will start with you, Zach, as per usual. Great stuff, Zach. I'm telling you, I know you didn't love doing this. Like this wasn't what you planned. But the Captain America run up and then like critical miss shiv and shot and then just be like, yeah,
Yeah,
Like,
that was
it's-
perfect.
was really cracking
I
me up.
love it.
Also some really nice role playing at the end with Rona, and I thought you did that very well. How did you feel about today's session? Where will the lovely folks see you next?
It's very enjoyable. Always a pleasant surprise to get thrown some combat, and I'm the type of player that the tougher the monster. Hey, look at the background for Carlos. That makes me happy.
Good, the timer's
Very
reset.
Now we can actually keep track of it. Yeah, no, and as a DM myself, fighting, nothing I love more than fighting against a real gnarly monster. And, if I had been on the receiving end of the Cone of Cold or whatever it had been, maybe I wouldn't have been as hyped. But
That was
good to
great
see-
watching you all get crushed. Like, really
Yes,
just these things.
yeah, good to see that we're still fighting against stuff that's challenging us even at this level. So that was always fun. And yeah, everything so cinematic. The escape from the building, and then getting on the ship and the role play and everything. So great, and it's awesome. And this cast is awesome, and you're awesome, and we're all
Oh,
awesome.
thanks. Everyone's awesome.
And that's all for me tonight, I think. Should we roll for health as we're leaving?
You can do that if you wish.
Sure.
The rest of your abilities and powers and all that you can determine
Yeah,
before our
of
next
course.
session if you like.
I'll take another level in Hunter, so I'll still be level 1 specialist, but 8 levels now in Hunter.
In Hunter, all right.
I finally get the ability score improvement. All of you guys got last level. So I'll roll a D10 plus my con. And if my con goes up, I can always retroactively
Right.
add the health. But
And
that's
wait for it.
taking forever. 4
Okay.
4 health. Not bad.
So 68 out of 68.
Correct. Yes.
All right, good stuff. And yeah, I should mention that one thing that really helped you all with that monster was the fire usage. I mean, like Petra
Oh,
having
yeah,
the fire
right off the
hammer
bat.
and Aramis having the fire disc was big because honestly, if either one of you didn't, like you saw how much damage it was inflicting. That thing is, and it also had that frost thing is basically a recharge, and it didn't do that. That thing is also nasty. Like you have 40 plus damage each time. Like
And-
have
and
50
that's-
damage.
I put that mostly on Johnny because I had planned on doing the scanner anyway.
Yeah.
But from the start, when Johnny was asking for more details, and then kind of from that learning that it seemed to be made of mostly ice and icicles and
Mhm.
stuff, and then taking the intuition then to use flaming stuff was
Yep.
really good. So
Yeah, that was good stuff from
yeah.
everybody. Very smart. And yeah, but anyway, very good stuff. And you will see, of course, Zach, on not only Esper
Yes.
Genesis, but the Art Vocalist later this month
Mhm.
with some Neocab. When are you going to be, and just quickly, when are you going to be casting again, Zach? Streaming again?
Myself, I
Yes.
will be streaming again Sunday night on my own channel. The first Sunday of every month, Sunday night of every month, is the community night for my community. I give away games through Steam and things like that. Today we gave away Control, which is a pretty popular game,
Mhm.
and Vampire, which is from a few years ago. So, but yeah, mostly like Jackbox stuff and hanging out and doing things with everyone. And I have a longtime moderator of my community who's actually shipping out to join the Air Force
Oh, wow.
in on Monday. So don't tell anyone, but I'm pretty sure he's not here. But we're gonna have a little like surprise, good luck on your
Oh, cool.
on your ship out.
Nice.
Very cool.
So yeah, so that's Sunday night. Otherwise, you can find me here on Esper Genesis and our vocalists. Where Neocab, so cool, great game. Can't wait to do it more.
Yeah, it's going to be good times. Thanks, Zach. Always a pleasure. And also always a pleasure, of course, to have Carlos. And Sleepwell, I mean, obviously Sleepwell's healing was in full effect there. You definitely, I mean, the thing is, you definitely had a good idea. And if it wasn't literally for the fact that, like, contact with this creature's body creates a reaction of, it was one of those things where it was like, grapple, I'm like, okay,
Yeah.
that's,
Just didn't know the creature.
yeah,
So
exactly. It
you
is
know.
what it is. And I should say, by the way, that just for people who are interested, there are not just frost creepers. There are creepers from different like environments. So there are creepers that are desert related and all that stuff. So anyway, this was a frost type. But having said that, though, the heal was definitely effective, and you had other stuff that you were able to do that made a difference. Not to mention the fact that, obviously, as usual, the role play was on point and playing a lot off of Aramis. I was really amused by the fact that you're like, all right, great, come with us, Alfred. And Aramis is like, wait, whoa. What about this? And then you were like, what? Oh, why? Why you got to be that way? And then Patrick's like, let's think about this in a calm man. And so again, the chemistry was so good that I really enjoyed watching them play out. How did you feel about today, especially now that it's 0 days to a level? How did you feel about today? Where will the lovely folks find you next?
Yeah, no, I mean, it's the chemistry that I like too, because, just hats off to Johnny. It's so great, impetuous, peremptory, Ludicrous Sleepwell is just sort of like, yeah, I've got all the solutions. Yeah. And then he'll just be like, wait, no, actually, that would make perfect sense that we would be invaders. And it's just like, what are you doing, man? It's just like all of his plans clumping like a house of cards. I love it. It's so fun. And so like this crew, I mean, Zach already said it, but just to reinforce it, it's just so much fun to play with these players and have them in character sort of like develop these scenes by staying in character. It's just it's the root of all of this good role play. So I really love that. Combat was fun too, and what I liked about this combat was that one, it was a tough combat, whatever, and we were all kind of like doing our roles and doing our best, but it was a surprising monster, and so like ideas just what I like about Esper Genesis is it's not D&D, and so I don't know all the monsters.
Yeah.
And so I was like, oh, maybe if I can just tangle it up or whatever. Oh, well, that worked not a bit, and so,
Yep.
But now I'll know for next time, and so creepers are now something that I'll kind of remember and, look for them in different environments and stuff. So like it feels a little bit like an elemental of some kind, like,
Yes.
maybe like something like a frost elemental
That's very
now.
much, I think, what it's like a little bit. Yeah.
But I didn't have any sense of that playing it, and that was fun, And even if it's like a frost elemental, it isn't like it in some other ways. Like, I don't know if 5th edition has exploding flesh frost elemental that shoots shards at you or whatever. But anyway, that was all really fun. And, hats off to Petra for, mass affecting us right into the ship, in that way.
Yep.
Awesome.
Controlling the Mako. Yep.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Oh, is it like a Mephit? That's not a creature I'm very familiar with, so maybe that's one I don't know.
A lot
So-
strong, but I mean a
Yeah,
lot bigger and
Mephit's
stronger than a
super
Mephit though.
tiny.
Shadowed, like this thing was big. It's probably more like, but I mean there are things that it does, like like that one attack is called a frost spiral, and like sort of shaping this thing with its breath. That kind of thing. I often thought it was sort of was kind of a cross between fighting a frost elemental and like Clayface from Batman, like this sort of malleable, creature that, and again, in my mind anyway, visually inspired a lot by certain Star Trek creatures. So yeah, the burst thing, for sure, but a lot tougher. This thing's con is off the charts. Like it's really, really strong and has a really good con. So anyway,
Yeah.
But
so anyway, tons of fun.
And where will the folks find you next, sir?
That's a good question. I think probably people will see me like physically here next, but I do my little writing thing with Rick Riordan, so I don't know if you can see this with the background down, but
it just says 0 days without.
Yeah,
a level.
exactly. It's completely drowned out by 0 days without a level.
All right, so I have to quickly figure out how to turn off my background, and I'm almost there.
Do it.
All right, go. Here it goes. Okay, so it might be. I hope it's not reversed, but yeah, it's like the Cursed Carnival is basically a Rick Riordan Presents anthology, where every Rick Riordan Presents author, plus Rick himself, has written a short story in the worlds they've created for the imprint, including.
That's amazing.
Yeah, so like it's a big, thick mother, and I got the first story in it. And so it's
awesome.
So it's a Sal and Gabby story. It's a
Sal and Gabby story.
Oh, my daughter's gonna be all over that.
That's
called Calamity Juice, and it is full of calamity juice.
I am not at all surprised about that. That's cool.
Amazing.
That's cool. So it is out and available as we speak.
No. It's comes out September 1st, but I just got the arc today. So
okay.
That's what I'm showing off.
Okay. Very cool.
So arcs are out, and I got a bunch of writing projects. I'm gonna be turning in a mermaid story. Claire and I just read it, and it's one of the weirdest things I've ever read. And working with Claire has just expanded both of our minds, and we made it. We wrote the story based on this role-playing game deck of cards that we made, the Negocios Infernales cards that I've spoken about on this stream before. So anyway, cool things are happening game-wise, writing-wise. I think you're going to see me here next time. Good night, everybody.
Good stuff. Thanks, Carlos. Always a pleasure. Also, always a pleasure to have Kat with us. And Kat, this was a bit, Petra went down. She was down for about 3 seconds before she got back up. But Petra went down for the first time. And like that, after getting hit by this big freaking massive thing, because I don't think you've ever been knocked.
I think she's gone down before.
Really?
But I know there's been at least one case where she went down, but it, to negatives, and then once again Sleepwell healed her, and she stood up and whacked.
Okay, so still no death save someday.
But, scary because I like my character. I don't really want her to pass away. It was a great game as always. I didn't think that we were. I really did not think we were going to make it onto the ship. I thought you were going to go dexterity check, and it's going to be based entirely on your dexterity, and then we just shoot off into space somehow, and it would just be sad. But we didn't, so that's awesome. I will be at NorwestCon. I am one of the people teaching the writers workshop there.
Okay.
And I should be there at lots of panels and hanging around. And I just got the magazine of Fantasy and Science Fiction. I have actually the cover art, cover story.
Very nice.
Here, this issue, Crazy Beautiful is the name of the story. And I just turned in the final proof edits for Exiles of Tibet. So that's coming out in May.
That's awesome.
Oh, that's awesome. Congratulations. That's great. And very good stuff on all counts. Yeah, very good stuff on all counts. And thank you, Kat. And last but certainly not least, Johnny, first of all, Aramis was doing some serious work with those flaming discs, and then was doing some serious RP work playing off of Sleepwell. And as I said, the transition out of that very serious, Rona Kaz scene, and it'd just be like, why are you always poking with needles, was just awesome. I was a huge fan. But you did a lot of serious work in that combat also along with Petra, to kind of keep things going. So how did you feel about today? And as always, where will the folks find you next?
I think, and everybody can remind me if there is ever a case, but I think this is the first time that Aramis actually was pretty effective in combat. It was nice to be able to, kind of intuitively identify something based on all the facts, and then just kind of throw something at it and have it just work out really well.
Yep.
you know, it also just kind of fit in with Aramis's, you know, sort of hot-headed attitude. But yeah, it was a great time. Loved the fight, loved the creature. I find it interesting because of the way that it attached itself to that thing. I liked the idea that somebody had said, I can't remember, I think it was maybe Zach, that said it might have been a mimic for Esper Genesis. And then the fact of what it actually turned out to be was actually quite more frightening in a lot of ways. So.
Yep. Yeah, this thing that just sort of sits there and like sustains itself for decades. There are sea creatures that have sort of similar properties to other, you know, lower level sea beings that can just stay there for decades. And you're just kind of like, really? You know, this is one of those things you're like, that sounds disturbing. So, yeah, but I'm glad that you were significantly creeped out by it in some way. Otherwise, where will the lovely folks find you next, sir?
Well, so as you know, as everybody knows, I've got a Kickstarter going with my partner Chris Ann, and we're doing bystanders. We're about $80, just under $80 from our second stretch goal. First stretch goal was more content around the sort of the scenarios in the game. The second one is going to help people be able to hack their own scenarios and write new scenarios for the game. So,
okay.
Expecting to do a post today or tomorrow specifically about the next stretch goal beyond that. So, if you guys want to, you know, hit the reminder button, check it out in a couple of days when some more content is updated. Yeah, we're having a good time with that. And I personally will be starting next Tuesday to get back into streaming in a sort of a fuller capacity.
Nice.
And I'll be starting off with some solo RPG stuff, based on some a bunch of different games have come out that have done this really amazing like solo RPG sort of setup and situations. I kind of want to explore the space a little bit, inspired by what Carlos is doing privately.
I was just going to ask
his game test.
Yep.
So. Both Christiane and I are looking forward to actually playing that this weekend and getting into that. So it's going to be a good time. So Tuesday, 7 p.m. Pacific, I will be back on the channel, or I'll be back on my channel. So I will hopefully see some of you there.
Good stuff. Thanks, Johnny. Yeah, really, really enjoy having this group, which is just gelled so nicely together. And yeah, it's been running a long time, but it continues to feel fresh to me. And it really does feel like a just epic, space TV show, series that has sort of spread out over some time. It really has gotten more Firefly-ish over time. So I'm very excited to see what the crew decides to do next, and where they're going to go and what possible threads they're going to pick up of these stories. And they will do so, of course, from the level 9 power. Oh, I guess I didn't ask the other Sleepwell and Petra and Aramis if they wanted to do health right now, if they wanted to roll hit points right now.
The average.
Yeah, I'm gonna do the average too. Okay. I hate rolling.
So, Sleepwell, that's gonna bring you to...
Should have taken the average.
Ha!
See?
See,
11 points for Petra. That's what happens. You don't take the average.
That's...
Okay, so we're looking at 28 out of 76 right now.
Wow.
I just added 11 to each number, basically, Kat.
Nice.
28 out of 76. Very nice, Petra. Very nice. So Sleepwell, average for you means
5 plus con, which is 3, so it should add 8 more.
Okay.
Sleepwell's hardy.
Yes.
70 and 70. All right, and Aramis.
So the average is 4 plus my con bonus, which is 3, so it's 7. So I'm at 49.
38 out of 49. All right. Yeah, so we got some more beefy play, but I mean, they're level 9 now, so.
Wait a minute. I'm 38 out of 49. You mean all that needlework didn't actually heal my ass yet? What the hell? What kind of a doctor are you, Sleepwell? Jesus Christ! You know what? I quit.
It's primed. You just have to come back for the second shot in 3 weeks.
Yeah.
Well done.
I have, as always, enjoyed very, very much this crew, and I'm very excited for our next session, which is going to be in a couple of weeks. So I wanted to get these sessions in now, because next week I'm moving to my new house, huzzah. So I'm
Future
very
sea
excited about that.
captain.
Yes, Laura, thank you. So I'm going to be doing that, and by the time we meet back here with this, I will be in my new streaming space. I have no idea how set up the new streaming space will be, but I'll be in the space, and so, yes.
And so you're going to be in an attic in Connecticut, right? Bring a jacket, my friend.
Say again, what? Yeah, bring
a jacket.
Oh my God! Today, when we were there, just on the top, and I was, as I said, walking around the house and just kind of like being there for a moment, you could hear the wind just kind of moving around the house, and it was very cool. It was just like,
Oh, that was the spirit of the damned. I'm
Yeah.
sorry.
No,
Yeah,
it's the
The
spirit
ghost
of
of
the
the sea
captain who
was
has
Widow
blessed
Walk.
this house. That's what happened, all right?
You in your nightmares. Yeah.
Jeez. Listen, I can't speak for everyone else, but it's me and the captain are like this, and it said it would be fine when it possessed me. It's no problem. This was a great pleasure. As always, thank you so much to friends and wonderful players. And I'm going to see you folks in a few weeks. Thank you to Johnny Pittman. Thank you to Cat Rambo, to Carlos Hernandez, and to Zach Clay. Great stuff. And thanks, everybody. Check we get some love for the amazing players. And thank you all. I will see you all
And thank
soon.
you, Greg.
Thank you,
Beat
Greg.
you to it,
Thank you.
Carlos.
Dang it. Next time.
My pleasure as
We
always.
love
Thanks,
you,
everybody.
Greg.
Oh, thank you. I
No,
know.
we
Now that I
really-
give you level 9, all's forgiven. I know.
But
Okay,
there's
bye for
level
now,
10.
everybody.
Yep.
And...
Knocking.
All right. And that is going to be that. That was great. And we got a really good combat in. And man, I was digging that. The creeper. I've got to figure out a way to introduce this. I need to do more like cross universe stuff, you know, like just have like maybe the guys tomorrow, you know, maybe they're like walking through a dungeon and they're like dealing with traditional stuff, and all of a sudden creeper, you know, and they're like, what? And you know, maybe I could do some stuff like that. Maybe it's maybe I'll take a page out of my friend Mike Underwood's Genre Nauts books, and I'll just be like, hey, we can cross over, and you know, whatever. It's a DC Marvel, you know, breakthrough, and it'll be totally fine. But no, this was great. I really enjoyed it, and I do, as always, want to thank our partners and sponsors for this, and that, of course, is Alligator Alley Entertainment. And yes, I will definitely do that, Echo. The new place, though, I mean, honestly, is just super, super great. I'm going to, actually, now that I can do this, I can show a few pictures. I don't have anything officially onto the computer yet, but I do have, I can show you a little bit of what it looks like, I think. Let's see. Yeah, so let's start with that. All right, so it's a little bit washed out, but so that is one side of the attic space, which is going to be turned into the office/streaming room. That's one side of it. And then the other side, it looks like this. Hold on a second. There we go. Looks like that. Yeah, the top of it is a little, I mean, not really. The wood is a little rustic, but it's really finished around the outside. But the thing is, this thing back here, it's not even really doing justice to how big the space is. This area here that you can see, it is old wood. Yeah, that's for sure. This area that you can see, so that's actually the chimney of one of the fireplaces. And the room goes around the back of that fireplace, and there is another desk there, which I'm not going to be using. That my desk is going to go in front of that one railing that you all can see there, that's closest to the camera. And that ladder up there basically leads up to what's like a widow's walk, although we're not going to be using that. But right around the back of that fireplace there is a whole other area. So as I say, like, it's probably 3 times the size, at least, of this office. Which is pretty cool. And then I'll show you one more thing, which was me. Let's see. Well, first of all, this is what I posted on Twitter, which were these were. That's not gonna look right because it's all washed out because of the camera. So that doesn't look right. But that was my son being awesome. So let's see. We've got the kitchen. It's not necessarily soundproofish, but it will be once we get books in there. Yeah, that's not, you can't really see that because it's too washed out. It's not soundproofish, but because it's on the attic, it means that I'm not going to bother anybody when I'm there, which is pretty cool. This may come through okay. There we go. And that's me come on. That's me standing outside one corner of the house, basically, looking down at the camera. So it's pretty. It came out really nicely. Like the house is a nice house. And as I say, the thing that I find that's coolest about it is not only that it's a great neighborhood and that we're really happy with the neighborhood, but the house is 200 years old. And that's wild. I mean, it's 200 years old. It was built in 1803. It's older than that. It's actually 217 years old. It was built in 1803. That's molding. that's molding that's around the top. And as I say, a sea captain's home originally. And the people that had it before us had it for over 30 years, actually. And they took good care of it. And there's a little extension that was built on it as well. So that kitchen is much more modern. But the rest of the house, it feels good. And it's one of those ones. Turn down the brightness on my phone. Oh, you might be right about that, actually. The problem is I don't know if that's enough. Let me see. Maybe that makes a difference. Let's see if that does anything. Yeah, you're right. You're right. Thanks, Rekod. Much better. Yeah, you're right. Good call. So there you can see. So that's the molding in the back of the house, one corner of it, basically, that you can see. And so maybe that will mean that this will now show up better. Yeah, there we go. So now you can see there's you can see the railing there. You got the ladder, and then you've got the rug, and those things down there. Those are stairs leading up from the bottom, from the second floor. So the second floor up to here, basically, right? And then this is one side of it from the railing. So this is like the desk is basically going to go. There we go. The desk is going to go against that railing that you can see right there. And because there's a lot of room in back of it. So I'm going to be able to put, get this, I'm going to be able to put shelves. Like I'm going to be able to put shelves behind me like these, but I mean more of them. So I can put games and books and all that stuff. Like I'm really excited. And then this is the other side. And so that's the other side of it, basically. That you can see back there that I'll be able to put stuff in the cubby, and then I'll be able to put shelves basically at half height or 3/4 height. And I'll be able to put a bunch of books and games on there so that I'll have a real streamer background when all's said and done. And lastly, my kids being awesome. That's me, my daughter, little Arv behind me, mini Arv next to me, and my wife, Mrs. Arv. So yeah, it's all good. I'm very, and as I say, it's also in Connecticut, and that was where I really grew up. Oh, thank you, Live. It's very kind of you to say. They're great kids. That's where I grew up, in Connecticut, and getting the chance to go back there, as I say, I've always felt like a New England kid. I love Boston, as Rock God knows, and maybe someday in my retirement, I can go up there even farther north. But I've always been a New England kid. I've always really liked the New England area, not just because I grew up there, and Connecticut is one of those states that I think, from an American point of view, a lot of the rest of New England gets all the attention. Massachusetts is like the quintessential New England state. Vermont and New Hampshire obviously has a lot of beautiful beauty and nature and, maple syrup and skiing and, all that kind of stuff. You think about fall foliage. Obviously, Maine is beautiful with the coasts and the lighthouses and all that kind of stuff. So all that attention there. And then Rhode Island is Rhode Island. No, I'm just kidding. Rhode Island actually is a really pretty state too. Just very small, but it's a very pretty state. And so Connecticut, I think, often gets overlooked, but Connecticut, honestly, is the place where a lot of the best aspects of the Constitution came, and it's a place where a lot of sensible people came. And I've talked before about the fact that I am descended from, as are my kids, from Roger Sherman, who was from Connecticut, and I don't know. There's just something about the state. There's a lot of good people in Connecticut who just sort of like do the right. They're sort of just. They do the right thing. It's always been a solidly blue state. They just, they're a state that like they understand the deal, and they deal with some of the nonsense from New York and some of the nonsense from Mass and, some of the stuff that comes in from, occasionally Rhode Island or whatever. They just deal with stuff. And and I've been to Foxwoods actually, yeah. And I graduated from the University of Connecticut. So driving around there, I was seeing all this Connecticut stuff that made me feel so nostalgic. First of all, there's Huskies, like Yukon Huskies is their mascot. There's Husky stickers on a bunch of cars, right? They have Cumberland Farms. Anyone who grew up in Connecticut knows what Cumberland Farms is. If you grew up in Connecticut, you would know Cumberland Farms, you would know the whole donut. So these are two things that you would know for sure. You would know Great Woods. You would know. So there's different little. Actually, no, that's Massachusetts. Sorry, not Great Woods. You would know Foxwoods. So there's certain things in Connecticut that always sort of fit. They are beautiful doggos. And also, don't tell anyone out of school or anything, but now that we have a house with an actual honest to God backyard instead of the postage stamp here, and now that it's been a few years removed since the passing of my last dog, my dear dog Lilo, there is a possibility that a new dog, may actually be in the future of my family. So we will see. That we are in discussions as we speak about that. But in the meantime, I'm just very, very pleased that I get to go to a place that that has so many good things. And for my wife, the fact that it's so close to the ocean, she's from the Pacific Northwest. She really misses the ocean a lot. And we're not right next to it where we are right now. And here, literally, again, from my bedroom window in the new place, you can see the ocean. You can see the lighthouse. And if you walk out of our place, you take a right and you walk down 1 block, and you're right there next to the water. And if you go another half block to the left, you're at a little beach where you can go kayaking immediately. So it just has a lot going for it, that area. And so, yeah, I'm excited about that beach. Really a kind of a lifestyle change in a way, because I imagine it being a lot less and lower kind of stress than New York that's here. So we will see. And it's also fortunate that I'm on sabbatical this semester, so I have time to help do things like move and do all that stuff. So, but yeah, it's a long time in the coming, and we've been here, as I say, for over 10 years. And so, and we've been in New York. I've been in New York for over 17 years. We came here in 2003. My wife was here a little bit before me, but I came here in 2003. So I've been here ever since. And now we're up there. It's going to add about a half hour, maybe 25 minutes to the commute, Rock God. It's really not that bad. What makes it viable is the fact that first of all, I only teach twice a week most of the time. I do usually have meetings once a month that are on another day. So I have to go in like 3 weeks out of the month, I go in twice. 1 week out of the month, I go in 3 times. So there's that. Also, I always go in midday because my first class doesn't start until 12:15. So what that means is that I'm always going. I would have to leave here basically before. I would have to leave at about 11:30, maybe 11:25 to 11:30, which would allow me to get there. It would always take me about 40 minutes. So I'd get there about 12:05, 12:10, and then I would walk into class at 12:15. And then I would go from there to lunch and then do my other 2 classes after that. Now I'm going to have to leave. It's going to be longer than that. So instead of being about 40 minutes, it's going to be about an hour and 15, I think, or an hour and 10. So it's basically going to add about a half hour to 35 minutes onto the trip. So what that means is that if I have to get there at 12-ish, because of traffic, I always want to be sure, I'll have to leave at 10:30. Which really isn't that bad, right? And like if I get up at 9:30, that's enough time for me to get ready, have a little bit of breakfast, whatever, and then head out at 10:30. And then when I get done with my classes, I leave at 7, and I'm heading back. By that point, the worst of the rush hour will have passed, and so it won't be that bad. So it's doable. We had decided all along that basically I wanted to be within an hour to an hour and 15-minute radius of St. John's wherever we went. So I wasn't going to drive. We weren't going to go to like Buffalo, right? Like I needed to have a place where I could reasonably get down to my teaching job, and this place does that. So yeah, so I'm excited. We've been working this out or thinking about it for a while, and here we are. So and now I'm able to share it with you. I was not able to share it until today. Let me tell you, Chad, if you've never bought a house, the experience of selling a house and buying a house is quite something, especially when it all happens in 1 week. Sold our house, closed on the house this week. I think it was Tuesday, and then bought the house. We had already bought the house, but signed contracts, but like closed on the house today. That is a crazy week. Oh, and I got vaccinated in the middle of that. So like it was whew. Anyway, so I'm very excited for that. But thank you, Craigery. I appreciate it. Welcome back, also, Craigery. I believe, I think I don't know if you're back or if you're still away, but thank you. So I'm excited about that. But it also means that next week is going to be very much up in the air. The up until Tuesday's stream, that should be normal. So Tuesday's stream should be as per usual. And I think we have Adventures of Middle-earth, and we have Mission Critical over on penandpixels.com, Pen and Pixels. And then Wednesday and Thursday are off. Friday is supposed to be Sorcery's Inkle, and then Friday is that, and then Saturday is supposed to be Metroid Prime, but that is completely dependent on how much everything is together. Now, the new desk is supposed to arrive on Thursday. We're moving Wednesday and Thursday. The desk is supposed to arrive on Thursday, so I should be able to set this up on Friday. So theoretically, if all goes well, I should be in some, and the internet's also coming in down there. They're setting up the internet. I'm leaving behind my beloved Verizon Fios, sadly, because they don't have it there. I'm going back to cable modems, God help me. But at least it's broadband, and that's good. And I'm only saying that because I've gotten so spoiled by having like the incredible internet I have now. But that, unfortunately, that's going to be given up. Although I was told that fiber is on the way from Optimum, which is the only available thing that's down there, really, that's up there, and supposedly fiber is on the way. So that'll be the case. Regardless, I am going to be excited about it, and so that's going to be happening next week. So if all goes well, Friday and Saturday I'll still be streaming, but it may not look quite the same way. I'm not going to have everything together with all of the. I hope to really go all out on this one. I really want to be able to like decorate with the games, with the books. I'd like to have some of the RGB lights. Like I really want to do some of that. My daughter has already offered to paint the logo, the Arvin Eleron logo, on the white wall that's on the other side. So the white wall that's near the window of that picture I showed you. And I was like, of course, absolutely, you should do that. Are you kidding me? So she's going to do that probably in the summer, but regardless, yeah, exactly. For a house like that, the trade-off is worth it. And I think that studio, that office/studio is really going to be able to bring things to another level in terms of my being able to do other sorts of recordings. In terms of space, I would love to be able to do some streams where there's like maybe even board games being played and stuff like that. And I'd love to be able to do that now, especially now that I have a really good camera and stuff. I'd love to be able to do some of that stuff, and that's more possible now because of this. So that's all cool. I'm very excited about it. I'm glad that you folks hopefully will all be on for the ride. But that said, though, it is late, and I got to rise up on out of here because tomorrow we have Palace of the Red Pasha, which is still coming from here. This is T-minus, let's see, streaming here. Then we stream, then Sunday. Let me take a look at my calendar. Let's see. So we've got Palace of the Red Pasha tomorrow. Sunday is off. Monday is Emberwind. Tuesday we may have some news about Emberwind coming also soon, which for Emberwind fans you'll want to stay tuned for. Tuesday, then we've got Adventures of Middle-earth, Airborne Adventures, and then Pen and Pixels Mission Critical. Those will be the last two streams that you see streamed from here. If all goes well, the next stream that you see after that will happen on Friday the 12th, 1 week from today. So you have got 3 more streams from here, and then Emberwind, of course, is produced by Sod. So you've got 3 more streams that are being done from here, and that's it. So you'll get your last fill of my beloved room here that I have had now for 10 plus years that I've been streaming from. Then we'll be moving on to something else. Thank you, Live Sewing. I appreciate that. But that is the deal with that. If you like what you saw and heard today, please make sure to follow the channel. Please check out our YouTube with !ArvTube, Discord with !ArvCord, Twitter with !ArvTweets, and website, of course, for all of that is arvineleron.com. On the financial side, !Arv shop is my merchandise area that has D&D, Infinity and Beyond stuff, has Adventures in Middle-earth stuff, and soon to be hopefully some of this game, Esper Genesis stuff as well. And you can find that at !Arv shop. !Arv Treon is the Patreon sitting right there. 20 patrons, $184 per month. That hopefully is a number that we'll be able to start sneaking back up there again. That really does help a lot with the channel. So if you are part of that, thank you so much. And if not, please consider doing so. It's what made it possible for me to do this, to get this camera. It's also what made it possible for me to be able to pay different people different things, including, various things for like commissions for that music, for example, the licensing, that awesome combat music you heard today from Greenforge Studio. I can license that because of the support I get through the Patreon. So any support you can give there would be appreciated. And also, of course, the sub button that many of you use today, including 5 gift subs as well, which I appreciate very much. So thank you to Mersuin, I think. Thank you so much for the gift subs, and I hope, and also thank you to Shadow Mage for giving a gift sub to Live Suing as well. So thank you everybody for the gift subs and for subbing, and please consider doing that. Custom sub badges, emotes, and some inspirations, which the party needed a couple of today, as you noticed. Perhaps more happening tomorrow. On the publishing side, Icarus for my Icarus graphic novel from Athos Arts. More coming from Athos soon. Library for Tales and Tomes from the Forbidden Library. ship the pizza. It'll take 2 weeks to get there. They'll leave a forwarding address. Hopefully, Dragon Spear. Forbidden Library, my 5e adventure and source book from the amazing Alligator Alley Entertainment. More coming from them soon as well, because they are connected, of course, to the Greyshade Kickstarter, !Greyshade KS, which is, again, the Greyshade Kickstarter is my new IP that's being launched. Actually, not completely new. It's been out before, but books, board game, tabletop game, and even an audiobook from Trendane. That is going to be launching. For those of you who missed this announcement, that's going to be launching early April now. So we pushed that back to April 6th. So we pushed it back by 3 weeks to accommodate two things. Number one, the art. We need to get a couple more things done with the art, and also to accommodate, frankly, my move. It would be great if I could actually be settled into the new place before launching what is going to be a hugely important Kickstarter. And so, yeah, so that's why we've pushed it back to April 6th. We don't want to half-ass it, but please do not forget about it. Please mark your calendars for it, because it is going to be super important when it's actually out there. Otherwise, that is the deal with that. And last but certainly not least, !BLM, Black Lives Matter. Again, very important to affirm and assert the significance of Black lives. Oh my God, I really hope Customs release the books by then. Good gravy. If they don't release it by April, I don't know what we're going to do live suing. Yeah, it's like, it's insane. It's insane. I'm just like, dude, can you, what? There are a bunch of freaking role-playing books. Can you please? Oh God, anyway. Customs and COVID are a thing. But so there's that. And then the other thing, the other thing, of course, is the fact that we have got, what was I saying? BLM. Oh yes, BLM. I was like, what's the last thing? Help now! ! Help now! I have no idea, Echo. No one has any idea why. It's not just them. It's not really probably about them at all. It's that they were on a ship that had a bunch of other goods, because that's how you do it. You load a bunch of containers onto a ship, and something in there flagged customs. But it certainly wasn't books. They're just there along for the ride, and COVID slows everything down. So God help us. Anyway, so yes, but ! Help now, the World Health Organization page on suicide prevention, very important to reach out to others when they need help, and to reach out to others when you need help as well. Both of those things are important. That's going to do it for me, although we are going to do a raid tonight, and the raids work like this way. If you are not a sub, you're going to do this. The Arvanauts have landed, followed by Twitch raid, lowercase Twitch, uppercase R, lowercase AID. If you are a sub, you're going to do this, which is the Arvanauts have landed, and then again, Twitch raid, and then you've got Arvany Roar, Arvany Hype, Twitch raid, Arvany Roar, Arvany Smug, Arvany Woe, Arvany Witch, Arvany Love, all those Arvanys, all of that stuff when you are brought over automatically to the wonderful person that we are going to be rating in just a moment. That's going to do it for me, though. I hope you folks enjoyed this. Remember, I'm going to be back on Saturday, 7 p.m., sometime between 7 and 7:30 p.m. Eastern, for more D&D with Infinity and Beyond, the Palace of the Red Pasha, as we continue the Tyranny of Dragons sort of post-campaign, if you will. That's been a lot of fun, that campaign also. Thank you to my wonderful viewers. Thank you to my wonderful mods, Dragon Spear, Rock God, Shadow Mage, Triffity Mats, as always. Thank you as well to my subscribers, Dragon Spear, Rock God, Shadow Mage, Triffity Mats, Echo Alpha X5, Live Suing, Lone Wolf, and Mrs. Dunsel. Thank you again for the gift subs from all that crew as well. Thank you to the Patreon supporters also. Thank you to Aiden, Ave Imperium, Axeman, Carbo, Commander Root, Craigery, Gorgar, Mulches, Tom-Toms, you Christensen, V&K, Video Store Cowboy, and Virgo Praz. And a special thanks today to my wonderful players. Thank you to Johnny Pippin, to Cat Rambo, to Carlos Hernandez, and to Zach Clay. And special thanks as well to the wonderful people at Alligator Alley Entertainment for sponsoring this campaign. That's going to do it for me. Much love all. Stick around for the raid, and I will see you lovely people soon. Until then, everyone be good to each other, and have a good one. Bye for now.
When I was a child, I talked like a child. I thought like a child. I reasoned like a child. When I grew older, I set aside childish ways. Corinthians 13:11. In the distant future, mankind has spread into the stars and found it is not alone. Within the cluster of planets known as the Silrain Arc, many races strive for survival or supremacy. But throughout this array of planets, societies, and cultures, each has one thing in common. The Crucibles, scattered throughout the galaxy, Each moon-sized structure contains a core of raw soaring, a form of mysterious energy used to power ships, cities, and sometimes the warping of the fabric of reality itself. Beings who can do this have been given a name: Espers. The power of God has been granted to God's children. It is a time of terror. It is a time of wonder. It is the time of Esper Genesis.